picture in my face. You had it and didn't have the nerve to play music. I heard you and Mickey. I said, look at him. Loving every bit. And listen, First Lady, and I'm going to go. Nobody mad but the devil. I had a great time with you guys, you and Mickey. We not that I'm trying to take you away from Patty. I don't want to start no shit. But do more.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, shit, I met enough of you motherfuckers. Bad for them, actually. I met enough of you motherfuckers. I know who you is. Hey, can I hear a little bit of like, you know, I never had a lesson, but I know how to play my music? Because this motherfucker is stupid. Yeah, I'm stupid. You can say that, yeah. I don't follow the herd. Is that why? Is that why I'm stupid? Dude, I'm the one that would throw you off a fucking building. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You are sick. You're a psychopath. Yeah, and?
You need to go.
No. I was gonna play it about Jeffrey Epstein and
I gotta go to work. I actually have to work today. But I'm just gonna say, I've sat here and read some damn emails that the Democratic House released, which MAGA Micho, to his credit, is absolutely said we're coming, and Twitter is absolutely blowing up. I'll just read the one.
Now they outside acting up, girl.
It is from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell on April 2nd of 2011. And it says, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And then it says the victim, like in parentheses, they pick up the victim's name, has spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, or I'm 75% there. It is, and there's more. They've released more. I'm like, wow.
Some of the emails is letting you know that Trump knew that Epstein was outside acting like a nasty little boy with these young girls. Like, it explicitly lets you know that Trump knew what was going on. Wait. That's what they're saying. I can't hear. Let me go ahead and see if I got a. Oh, see if I can find a video. Okay, let me go ahead and play this video, y'all, real quick. Y'all can see what's going on outside with Epstein and motherfuckers. Really? Oh, shit. Oh, my stuff, hold on. It's a microphone, y'all.
you think you played something?
Oh, you didn't hear it? Oh.
No, I thought you was getting something together. Sorry.
Alright, hold on.
Hold on to your love.
Sorry, y'all.
Got to hold it.
Okay. Let me rewind this. Okay.
Although, pause that conversation to get back to this breaking news we just teased just moments ago. The House Oversight Committee released never-before-seen emails from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which include correspondence between Epstein and his longtime co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, currently incarcerated on sex trafficking charges. Let's now bring in MSNBC Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian, who has been digging through these emails. Ken, what have we learned so far?
Good morning, Jonathan. Well, look, the Epstein estate has released some 23,000 emails, and House Democrats have been poring over them, and they found some correspondence directly mentioning Donald Trump by name. They've released 3 of these emails, and they're quite interesting. The first one was between Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein back in 2011, where Epstein wrote that Donald Trump spent hours at my house with an unnamed victim of sex trafficking, whose name is redacted in the email. And Epstein referred to Trump as the dog that hasn't barked. And then in a separate email, years later, with author Michael Wolff in 2019, Epstein said explicitly that Donald Trump, quote, knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. And then the Democrats cite another email with Wolff in 2015, where Epstein and Wolff are discussing and they can craft an answer for an upcoming Donald Trump interview. And Wolff sort of suggests that Epstein has leverage over Donald Trump, saying if he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you valuable PR and political currency. Now look, Jeffrey Epstein, it was a manipulative monster, and so you really can't take anything he says to the bank here. But this is important evidence that people trying to understand what Donald Trump's relationship was with Jeffrey Epstein and what his role was and where he was and did he go to the house. This is important evidence that fills in some blanks on that picture. The Democrats believe there are more to come from these emails that have been released by the Epstein estate.
And we should note our friend Joyce Vance notes on Twitter just now, which she's also pouring through these emails, that one of them dates from 2011 when Epstein would have had really little incentive to lie, and it's well before Trump's political career, of course. So this is, again, the story that Donald Trump just wants to go away, and he's done a pretty good job, I guess, of telling MAGA influencers, hey, stop talking about this. He kind of quelled that rebellion that we saw over the summer. There's a real belief that Speaker Johnson sent the House home when he did, in part to not talk about Epstein and not swear in that Arizona Congresswoman-elect who is going to provide the decisive vote. So a couple of things here. I know you're still going through the emails, but this is, and we expect Johnson to do that swearing in later today. There's going to be more to come, right? And we should know Trump has long since challenged the credibility of Michael Wolff on other matters, but we'll see. He's getting these emails from Epstein too. What else should we expect, not just potentially from these emails, but from what new material may still be coming?
Well, look, I mean, there's got to be more information that sheds light on Donald Trump's longtime relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Whether it's incriminating to Donald Trump remains to be seen, but it's got to be there in those emails and elsewhere in the files. And in fact, we know that Trump was told that his name was in the quote-unquote Epstein files, the unreleased information from the Justice Department. Again, we've always been told that there's nothing in that material that incriminates others to the charge. That's what investigators have always said long before this became an issue of controversy. But you're absolutely right. As a political matter, it's just so interesting because the MAGA world has long believed that there's a conspiracy to cover up what happened with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, now the people who have control of the material is the Trump administration. And so, but yet the MAGA folks have not turned their fire on Donald Trump personally. They've been very mad at Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, the FBI director, for what they consider inaction and not releasing these files. And so far, the Justice Department's position is we're not releasing anything more. But this, as you said, this is a live political issue. The interesting question is going to be, do these emails or does other information cause anyone in the MAGA movement to start turning their attention to Donald Trump and asking him what he's hiding and whether more information should be released, John?
MSNBC Justice and Intelligence Report, Ken Delay and Ken, thank you as always. John Howard.
This is going to be easy. This is going to be easy to either confirm or refute. And I don't think this should be political at all. I think this should just be facts. The person, multiple of the victims have come out, right? So the person, this name is redacted, is not open to the public. The person that allegedly was with Donald Trump as the quote victim on this island in his house, she would come forward and she would say, my name is Jane Doe, whatever her name is, right? And I'm the person that is being referred to here in 2011. I was on Epstein Island. I have proof that I was on Epstein Island in 2011. My name is Jane Doe. And I give permission to unredact the name in there. And then they just go in. And you know, the senators can do it, the Congress people can do it, and they can come out and say, unequivocally, the name that's been blacked out here is in fact Jane Doe. And that's all they would need. That's the proof. And honestly, if that happens, that would change so much in the political world. It's not even funny.
I don't think it would really change much, not with his followers.
I mean, at that point, you would have undeniable proof. You couldn't deny it. The name was redacted. She can trace her name and her history back to Epstein Island. Huh?
Because he said email?
Well, yeah, because if he literally mentions her name, this is in 2011.
What if one of them that they're speaking about, is no longer here? What if they committed suicide?
Well, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
There is a girl that actually. He actually brought up. So wait, let me go ahead and take this shit off of not needed because this is getting ridiculous. The trolls are freaking really balling.
They disappeared.
So there was a girl that came out, right? And when wasn't it she got they came to her house to question her about her involvement with Epstein, and she actually thought it had something to do with a case that she filed back in the 90s against Trump around an incident that happened at Epstein's home. Remember?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And she allegedly committed suicide.
No, she didn't commit suicide. Not this one.
Oh, this is a different one. Okay.
Yeah, this one actually is still alive. She didn't commit suicide, but she has been getting threats and stuff.
Well, I'm saying if the person is still alive, right, and she's a part of that group of victims that says, you remember the ones that came out on the House steps with MTG and said, you know, we want sunlight to be shed on these documents, and MTG said, listen, if you can't say their names, I'll say their names under the speech and debate clause, under protection of the speech and debate clause of the Constitution that allows House members not to be sued or gone after for what they say on the House floor. So the argument would essentially be that this person would come out and say she doesn't have to implicate Trump. She could simply say, I'm the person that's referenced here. I was on Epstein Island in 2011. And, you know, some of the people in these emails are frequent.
The email make if a young lady was, there's already been people that confronted, that had said this has happened to them, and the only thing that.
Well, this will be the proof because it's time sensitive, right? It's time contextual.
From Epstein?
Yes, Patty, because it's 2011.
So a police report made by a young lady in the 90s, and then her coming out later on about this situation, it wasn't enough for.
No, because there's still some deniability because it's the accuser versus the accused, right? Oh, but if you have somebody that's complicit in the crime,
associating Epstein with Trump in the 90s to their penthouse wasn't enough?
No, Patty. Did you hear what I said?
Did
Because
the person,
it's still the accused versus the accuser.
Wasn't it one of his handlers actually? So one of his handlers was matter of fact, we talked about this. Lady, remember? And we had read, if Lisa was still around, damn it, she's working. So they had pulled this case where one of the young ladies that worked for Epstein actually identified her as being one of the ladies that was at the house. So now it's just more and more, you know what, I really don't give a damn at this point.
You would have more veracity behind the claim, because now you have somebody that's complicit in the crime volunteering the information that this person named victim and this person named accused, he's verifying that this is something.
Even though there was a young lady that worked for Epstein that obviously would have been complicit in the crime as well.
I don't know who you're talking about specifically, but was she charged?
Who? The young lady.
The lady you're talking about?
No, probably not, because she probably turned state's evidence on them, and that's what happens when you do that, right? You know people that do some real crazy shit. When you turn state's evidence on a motherfucker, they like to
give them immunity.
Yeah. And then I think she was young at the time, the girl that actually worked for them. It might have been the girl that they were talking about that worked that had the sister, that he took her sister in, and she was supposed to be quote unquote doing some type of internship, and they took her to a foreign country, and it's just a lot of shit.
Wait, Patty, who's complicit in the crimes? I was listening. Who's complicit in the crimes?
I guess
you have Epstein that's complicit in the crimes, naming the victim and the accused.
Oh, those emails, yeah. All right.
And if that name is the same name of the girl that made that complaint in the 90s, what? I don't get it, man. I don't know. I'm confused. Then there was some girl, some model named Savannah, who actually brought up her being groped by him as well. So, this is crazy. It's not the first Epstein victim from the 90s that actually came out about Donald Trump, bro. But, I mean, we need...
When the hate don't work, they start telling lies.
They're having a room, bro. Calm down.
Shut your bitch.
Okay, that's it, man. Come on. They're having a good convo. Chill.
So when do you believe someone?
Anybody politicizes this. I mean, this is not political. This is not right. This is not left. This is just right and wrong. If there's undeniable proof, you can't politicize it at all. I would love to hear his position on how.
Conveniently after they took the biggest L. Conveniently after.
Trump, you don't hear the man speaking? What are you doing?
They should have done that. They should have.
Wait. Hold on. They released it. This is something that the committee has released. The Democrats on the committee released it. That's fine. What are you suggesting, that it's not true? Do you have any proof or claims? I don't think that you have to politicize this at all. This is apolitical.
Do you have proof that it's real?
I don't have proof that it's real. Do you have proof that it's not?
Don't stop talking like you're so fucking.
Do you have proof that it's not? Do you have proof that it's not?
That's what y'all do. Y'all take a title, y'all hear a little news story, and y'all run with it. That's why we walk on y'all.
All right,
That's why we walk on y'all every single time.
Ignorance. This is pure stupidity. You're gonna literally come on the stage and say, "Do you have proof that it's real?" And then you're gonna use this as an argument to try and discredit the claims. Do you have proof that it's not? I can pull up the article where the House released it. I don't know. What do you want? A seal of approval? If it's not real, then they would come out and deny it. And they would say, okay, have we heard from Trump yet, Patty? Has Trump come out? I'm driving, so I'm not watching the news. I'm listening to you guys' room. And I know this is just breaking now, like in the last hour or so. Has Trump come out and said anything about this?
He hasn't.
Yeah, I don't see how you politicize this. I mean, if Trump comes out and says it's not true, then maybe you might have an argument there. But, you know, I don't know if he's come out and denied the veracity of these emails. I know Wolf, who writes the books, he said that guy is not credible. But I don't know, man. It just seems like I refuse to do this like blind loyalty.
Why
shit.
is Wolf credible?
I don't know. That's his claim. That's not my claim. That's Trump's claim that Wolf is not credible.
Okay, so you know, Wolf literally has emails from Epstein, and you could look at the metadata to see exactly if the email's been changed or not.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. TC's point was that's Trump's claim. That's not TC's claim. He's not.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, if he has emails from Epstein, then he could verify from whichever servers those emails transverse that, hey, it's legit email from Epstein. And just by the base of what I read on the conversation between the two individuals, Wolf is kind of suspect too, because he's literally telling Epstein, you can play this in your favor.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody.
It's okay.
Is there anything else out there?
Oh, so First Lady, are you there? Can I ask you a question?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good, thank you. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for
So
asking.
you're saying the Democrats released this today? Was it in a session of Congress? Was this during a session of Congress? Anybody
I
know?
don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm not understanding either. It's like, was this released
When they say they
before?
released it, it's like as if they released it on social media or something. The way they talking about it.
But is the House having meetings? Are they in session?
The House is in session.
I see them on the floor. Go ahead.
Gavel in. Wait a minute.
He has
So
to
you're
gavel in.
Okay, so we're
Hold on, Dr. AG. So you're saying they gavelled in. It's almost as if when they did the deal last week, they knew they were going to do this today.
Yep, they had it ready.
Wow, maybe there is a strategy.
First thing after the gavel, because now he has to give the oath. What is it called? Induct the senator, the representative, the congresswoman. He has to swear her in. So, yeah, they were ready for him this morning. First thing.
Well, the pushback from what I'm hearing already is they already redacted the name. The name was Virginia, and Virginia wrote a memoir before she committed suicide and said or did not mention any wrongdoings of Trump in the book. Only talked about him working for, her father working for Mar-a-Lago, and that's how she got the job.
That's not true.
Which part?
None of it, actually. But she may have written a memoir. I've not heard her brother say anything about a memoir, and he's given various interviews. She published stuff before her death. I don't know what that is. And what is it? Her dad worked for Donald Trump, and that's how she got the job at Mar-a-Lago?
That's what Caitlin, is that her name? The reporter? She was saying.
Oh, she's a liar. Oh, she's not reputable.
Well, she's talking about the emails that she received in the response to what was, released from the Democrats.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So in the 30 minutes since the Democrats released this, she's received this treasure trove of emails that are refuting the information that the Democrats released.
Just saying that the name was redacted. So the name that was redacted, they on the other side have gone in, figured out that it was Virginia, and then giving a case to the Virginia case. That's all I heard.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
So are they just so one question that people have, which is naturally a good question. Are the Democrats just getting their hands on these emails because of some declassification or something? Like, why didn't they have these before? Does anybody know?
I think they had them. I thought they had them, but they couldn't release because of the holdup. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Maybe.
No, I'm asking like during the election. No, they're asking about during the election. Where was this, like in 23 or 24? I don't know the answer.
I don't think they had it then. I don't think, because these emails are coming from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, and the estate just released them. So I don't think that the estate had released them at the time. They didn't have them. Yeah.
Okay.
These weren't gathered in the course of some investigation. That's not how it came. It came to them.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know. I feel like before that email, I don't know why for me that's so compelling. Maybe I'm just the only one out here like crazy like this. But that 2011 email, before that, I think it was easy to dismiss it as potentially political fodder, because you could, and I know a lot of you guys disagree with me on this, and that's okay, but you can certainly see how people being exploited by a political agenda and ideology is going to start to like exaggerate details to implicate Donald Trump. But when you have an email from the horse's mouth, Epstein himself, placing Donald Trump in the house for hours with a known victim in 2011, long before Donald Trump was running for president, long before there was a political agenda to like malign his name and implicate him in crimes and criminality potentially that he didn't commit. Long before all of that, he's having a casual email with Ghislaine Maxwell, who we know helped coordinate the activities happening on Epstein Island. And he places the name of the victim, the name of the accused, which in this case is Donald Trump, and he himself is the one that's facilitating these actions. It's known and documented. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like I've been waiting for some claims that could have some, you know, some proof that's undeniable, and this starts to create smoke. Now, I'm not suggesting there's fire, but it certainly is a hell of a lot more substantive than what the left has put out before. Again, because you have somebody that's complicit in the crime, the facilitator, Epstein, placing the name of the accused, Donald Trump. We know that there's been a lawsuit against him or what have you, saying that, you know, he engaged in sexual activity with her on Epstein Islands or whatever. And a potential victim, the victim is not named because it's been blacked out, all in one email. And what I'm saying is, and I don't understand how anybody can refute this, this would be essentially undeniable. If you have a person that says, yes, I am the person that was on Epstein Island in 2011 there for hours, she might name him, she might not, with a named person in the email, you know, my name is Jane Doe. I am Jane Doe. Okay, she gives her real name. And I give authorization for them to really, now that I've released my name, I give them authorization to release that name. And if that name is my name, then I give them authorization. And they release it. Remember, this is redacted from the public, so she wouldn't have access to this information. And it's her name, and they can trace that she was the one, she has proof that she was frequenting Epstein Island at that time. Oh my God, that's undeniable proof. I don't know how you get past that. How do you deny that? That's just the way I feel.
do you think that would actually come out? That's number one. And number two,
If the victims
Then
are coming
what?
out and saying that,
and then what? I mean, like,
Well,
go from there.
well, here's the thing, right? If the victims are saying their names, right? We know that they came out on the house floor steps and they introduced themselves and said, I'm a victim, I'm a Jane Doe, I'm a Jane Doe, I'm a Jane Doe. They were on camera and that type of thing. Like, if this victim, and I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm just saying hypothetically, if this person was a part of that group that you know didn't mind coming out and saying their name and putting their face on camera and whatnot, and she says, I'm the person it was 2011, the named person in the emails, I recognize, release the name. And my name is Jane Doe. You're asking me, First Lady, you're asking me why that would be like concrete evidence of a potential crime?
TC, I don't think somebody would come out like that. I don't know.
But have you seen the press conference in front of the House steps?
So
They literally came out. All these women.
yeah, they did. But did you know that a lot of these women also came out after Virginia G died? Or some of the women that came out after Virginia G died did not even want to come out about their personal issues. Like one girl, we played the interview in here, remember, lady? And she said the only reason why she came out, she's coming out now. And there's proof that the DOJ came to her home to speak to her years prior, and she said she doesn't want nothing to do with it. She hid it even from her husband found out after Virginia Guthrie died. So when she was questioned by investigators, she hid it from her children, she hid it from her husband. Nobody in her family knew that she had anything to do with Epstein. So, like, let's not pretend that this is a sensitive subject. And whatever woman that's on that email coming forward may not be a likely scenario. You know what I'm saying? And it was more than one. I think it was two women that actually sat on that stage that interviewed after Virginia died. And they did the interviews on, it was either CBS or NBC, some shit like that. When they said they were going to go to the courthouse steps and make all these damn, put all the names out. They were supposed to be getting with MJT and some other people. There were two women that actually just came out on national TV, and their family just found out after she died. So, like, it's a sensitive subject for a lot of people. You can't expect them to just come out because some goddamn email came out. They've had all this evidence for the longest, and a lot of women still have not came out.
I'm just trying to figure out what are people thinking would happen if it came to pass? Like, what do you think? What would be next? What would happen?
Sorry, reading the email. I think that I don't know what will happen, to be honest with you. I don't know what the statute of limitations are on this. I certainly know the DOJ wouldn't be pursuing the president because that's against DOJ policy. So he couldn't be prosecuted while he's in office. I don't know if that presents some ethical concerns for the Senate in terms of considering potential, actions after the midterms. I don't know what that means politically for him. Everything would be up in the air to see what happens. But I can certainly see this shifting the political dynamic and the messaging on this. I don't know how Donald Trump would be able to come out and refute this. He certainly wouldn't be able to go after her politically because she's not running for office. Would she be entitled to some sort of witness protection? I think she should be entitled to witness protection if she does decide to come out. There's so many unknowns. I'm not willing to go that far. I'm just suggesting that if this was the case, then you have concrete evidence. Everything else, a lot of positioning and angling, and I'm talking about how the left, how the left frames, oh yeah, we have conclusive evidence that Donald, no you don't. You don't have conclusive evidence that Donald Trump did anything. You have a lawsuit, right? You have claims of the accused, and under this form of government, we still have a principle that innocent until proven guilty. So you don't have shit. But if you do have somebody that's complicit in the crime, naming both the accused and the victim, I think then you have, and the victim comes out and verifies that information, and then they go back and confirm the redacted name is in fact that alleged victim's name, then I think you have something to stand on. That's all I'm saying, First Lady. I'm saying up until this point, this is the most compelling piece of evidence I've witnessed so far.
Well, I don't know how comfortable it would be for people to, if they were even offered to go into hiding, would you be able to go in? Would you be comfortable with going into hiding, not speaking to your family? Like, you take your kid, your wife, whatever, but then you uproot whatever you've built yourself, just you. Like, I don't think I'd be comfortable either. And maybe if I held the secret that long, I would have been like, fuck it. I'll just go to counseling. That's it. Like, you're just pretty much, or people are saying, like, I don't know. If I ain't say shit since the 90s, I don't know if I would say shit now. Especially knowing how Trump's followers are, knowing you're saying protection. I'm not fucking leaving my house in what I consider comfortable and whatever life I've built so that y'all can have a circus around me. I'm not doing that.
And so, Patty, you're disappointed is what I'm hearing.
Hey, Sukla, how you doing, babe?
Hey, Patty. Hey, everyone.
Oh, Sukla. Hey, sis. How you doing?
Listen, whenever there's something huge politically going on, y'all know I gotta come by the patty, okay? Whenever she want to get off that Democratic plantation, we are right here waiting for her in independent land, okay? Because, baby, I had to leave.
Do the Republicans have a plantation?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you're independent, but you vote for the same side. So say I leave the plantation, but in 2026, I still vote for all Democrats. Am I still on the plantation?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how mixed does your ballot have to be? Explain what a ballot of someone off the plantation looks like for the midterms.
And the ballot of someone off the plantation looks like a person who builds off of the policies geared and stationed towards America. Period.
Okay, so who would I be voting for is what I'm asking. I don't know what that means. That's nebulous. I don't know what that means. So could I not vote for a Republican and if I vote for a Republican for my congressman, am I automatically on the Republican plantation?
Oh, I'd like to try. I think that
Well, hold on, CEO, this is her thing. I just want to know how you get off the plantation. I just want from her, because if I vote for Trump 3 times as an independent, I would be on the plantation, right? Professor Barry, Sukla Barry, Professor Sukla. Okay, I gotta see. She doesn't want to speak to me anymore.
Okay, so I think you aren't on the plantation. That in the last 8 years, you on multiple occasions have both voted for both parties.
But what if I only vote for Republican for my local, whatever?
That's fine.
I only vote for Democrat. Oh, I see. So if I vote for Donald Trump, my Republican senator, Republican congressman, Republican governor, all Republican for the last 3 cycles, but the local Congress guy, I live in a blue town and he runs unopposed and I like him, I vote for him. I'm not on the Republican plantation. plantation?
No, you're making you boxed it.
Okay, say he runs opposed, but I'm just saying. So if I vote for, all you need to do is vote for one local person, and you're not on the plantation.
And you have to vote for both sides, and they have to be contested contests. How's that?
Okay, so say it's contested. Say for my local townsman, I vote for the Democrat, but I voted for Trump. I voted for trying to think of Imp. I voted against Ossoff, and I voted for MTG. You're telling me, but I vote for the local Democrat. You're telling me that's not the MAGA plantation?
I think that if there were 20 contests and you went 16-4, yeah, you're not on the plantation.
That's absurd.
Because I think that it shows you are willing to have some range.
That's absolutely absurd.
That's how I see it.
That's absurd. So for the most powerful positions, the positions that dictate everything, you go all straight ticket. But for your town barrister, you vote across, so you're not on the plantation.
Yeah, so because if you are looking, because if you are judging case by case, it's fine. As long as you're going case by case, that's a standard. Are you going case by case or not?
So you did this thing I did when I was like 20. That's exactly what I did when I was 20. I was like, let me always find somebody on another side to vote for. So I guess it's like if you vote for like a school board member who aligns more with a Democrat because they want more school funding, but you vote straight Republican for everything else, you're on a Republican plantation. Or, yeah, come on.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think it's that lopsided. I mean, but I think it's a hard matter, right? Okay, so it's basically if you weighed both sides, then you're not on the plantation. If you're not weighing both sides, then you are.
Okay. CEO, have you never voted to send a message?
Are you talking about doing protest votes? Okay, but that's a one-off. That doesn't speak to your heart.
Right. So yeah. You have to factor in cycles, right? Because for the first time last year, or 2024, I voted straight Republican, straight down the ballot.
Because you got mad at Lisa.
No, I didn't get mad at Lisa. I got mad at this room and liberals, and then I said negative.
You almost said yeah, though.
No, I didn't get mad at Lisa. It was Lisa.
So one beautiful thing about being a policy-led person over being a party-led person.
Wait, they're in the middle of speaking. You didn't hear them speaking?
Well, yeah, but there was literally a space to slide in and redirect.
There was no space. They were both talking.
You little hater.
They were literally speaking. They was explaining why he voted for Republican.
No, I'm not. Go ahead.
Remember, she's a professor. She can chime in
y'all
anytime.
put TC in that position.
That's true.
Right?
Go ahead, Professor.
Y'all know the reason TC is so far conservative, right?
No, that's
you all have
it wasn't this
so
room.
freaking liberal that TC had to run the opposite way, fast as his little legs could take him. Okay.
Well, that's strange.
That's actually not. That's actually not true. That's actually not wrong.
No, but let's say it was true, not for UTC, but somebody else. That would be strange to claim.
Sukla, God, what's wrong with you?
So Professor Sukla Berry, did you vote for Trump all 3 times?
No, I did not.
Oh, you voted for Cornel West, that's right.
I did vote Cornel West the last election, Hillary Clinton the first time, and Biden the second.
In 2020, right?
So you've never voted for Trump?
Never.
I have.
The beauty in being able to be an objective reasoner, it's like somebody who can actually look at everything objectively without a bias, is that I can come off as anybody's supporter because I can see the good in everyone.
Really?
And so that's the beauty. I even see the good in UML, but I won't tell you because you will get the big head. But when you're not in my face, I actually do not speak as berating or denigrative about you in your absence. Period. People who know that. I just don't tell you because you have a lot to growing to do, and there's a lot of bad in that.
I get. Lord help us.
Barry, let me. Oh, good.
Go ahead, go.
Oh, I apologize. So Professor, you said you think rationally. So you knew there was no chance for Cornel West to win because I don't even think he was on enough ballots to to get 270 votes had he won all the states that he was. I don't think he was on enough, to even get 270. I don't think he was on enough ballots. So what was the point of the Cornel West vote, if not a protest vote?
Well, I don't protest vote. I make my vote align with my position. And then I work with the winner, right? I understand that my guy can't win all the time, but my vote reflects my decision. So when you pull it up, it says that his policy is more aligned with my mission, my goal, and my vision of how this should be. But because he did not win, that does not mean I throw a tantrum and I can't work with somebody who did not win. And no, that's stupid. No, I'm an American. So whoever is in office, I now have to reposition that although I did not want you there, I still have to make America better and do my civic duty. So don't confuse the two. Doing your civic duty is your civic duty. Voting your actual policies that actually protect you is one thing, right? You actually vote the policy that makes sense. But if you do not win, because everybody isn't a winner, right? And we don't get participation trophies, you still have to go and put your big girl panties on or your big boy drawers on and continue the work. You don't throw a tantrum and say, oh my God, you lost, I'm gonna die, I can't do nothing. Like, that's so fucking stupid.
I know, but you're not answering my question. I'm saying specifically with Cornel West. He wasn't on. I don't think so.
Again, he was on my state ballot because I and others policy. Listen, I and others got out here and campaigned for him.
Man, I know, but what I'm saying is, if he's not on enough ballots to get 270, there's no way he could become president.
That doesn't matter.
Okay,
if you all get out there, see, here's the thing. My word, hold on, time out. The difference between me and you, Gold, is you go with the status quo. I make the status quo. So I didn't care about his chances in your eyes or nobody else's eyes of winning. My actual moment was not protest. It was literally doing my civic duty. So I voted for the person that made the most sense. Right? Not the lesser of two evils. I voted for the good. So you all play the lesser of two evil games, which means you like evil. I played the best for us. No. I played what's best for us. What makes the most sense. So the problem isn't me. The problem is all of you who sat here and said you're never going to win. What if all of you, because what if all of you who became anti-Trump just became for America, you would have gotten Cornel West over the hump. But because so many of you were so anti-Trump and not pro-America, you made the wrong decision.
You're missing what I'm saying. So Cornel West wasn't even on the ballot in my state, is what I'm saying. So
that is a y'all's fault. Why is he not on your ballot? You tell me what happened. Why didn't he make it? Because he made it on Minnesota's ballot.
He didn't do. No. That's a campaign.
Did you policy for him? Did you get out there and campaign for him? Did you sign people up for him? I did. I did that. No. Go. Here's the difference between me and you politically.
Wait a minute.
I went outside and made it happen. Did you? I went outside and I campaigned for Cornel West. Did you?
Let me answer your question. You asked why.
No, I didn't ask why. I said,
you asked me if
I went out there. I said, is that a you problem or a me problem?
It's a campaign problem. I can't get an individual.
Who campaigns? Who campaigns? Who campaigns?
I'm talking about getting on ballots.
Again, how do they get on the ballot?
I'm about to tell you.
No. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Just answer the question. How do one get on the ballot?
You said don't tell me.
Don't tell me. Just answer the question. Don't tell me. Just answer a question.
So
how does one get on the ballot?
So the campaign has to file paperwork?
No. The actual person. There's no campaign. Take that back. These are individual people who can make this happen themselves. A person can go into their county clerk's office and fill out intent to run. There are qualifications, whether money or signatures. Hold on, because you don't know. Money or signatures. You can either pay the money and get the endorsement from the parties, or you can get the community signatures. So if Cornel West was not on your local ballot, it's because you all did not get up again on your local ballot, because he was on my ballot local.
No, it's done at the state level.
He was on. No. That's local. That's local to you. Everybody ain't in the same state code. Everybody, yes, it is, because everybody ain't in the same state. It's not national. It's not national. It's not national. It's not national, which means it's local. It's local to you. Yours. Don't mute me, Gold, being petty. Don't mute me. Don't mute me, you liar. Who muted me? ML, did you mute me? Dr. A, did you mute me? Did Lisa mute me? Did Patty mute me? Did First Lady mute me or did Maga mute me?
Who muted? I did not. Who muted her?
So again, all I'm trying to explain is
I was getting ready
the problem
because
is
You are a native queen, Sukla. I got to get
the
off my
problem
respect.
All right, y'all just overstimulating me. Now, wait a minute now. Wait. Okay. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Let's just take a deep breath, okay? Because, we can't keep talking over one another. If you ask a person a question, they should be able to answer it, right?
It's okay.
Now,
She can have it.
Okay, but I'm just saying, for the conversation, that doesn't go for just one person, that goes for everybody. Because if one person does it, then another person thinks that they can do it. And then if they're not allowed to do it, then they're trying to figure out why they can't do it. So I'm addressing everyone, I'm not addressing one person. So, please, trying to get some work done. Hey Fly, how you doing? Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hey Arthur, hey Orlando.
I was saying, you can just go to your local place and put somebody on a ballot. That was crazy.
actually you can though.
Okay.
It's called a write-in ballot. Absolutely, you can. And so Harambe, Mickey Mouse, Garfield, Donald Duck, Daffy Duck. You didn't know these are all people who get elected. Numbers
They get elected? Where did they get elected? I'm curious.
They do. They get electoral votes. They get actual votes.
They get
People elect them.
electoral votes.
No, not electoral votes. They get electoral. Like people actually put on there that's their electorate.
I told you guys I love this book.
That's the listen. Stop trying to interrupt me and let me say it so you can hear it. So people every day go in there on their ballot and they write in a name, and that is who they elect.
That's not
They say, as people again, hear what I'm saying and quit making it what you want it to be. Hear what I said, and then take that with you.
What you wanted
I
to be.
can't. I love this. Don't make what I said into what you wanted.
Yeah,
Hear
they
what
did
I
what
said.
I said,
That
and
is
not what you want it to
brilliant.
be, because people do that often. You come, then they'll interpret it their way.
But
That's not your problem. So again,
Boys,
I
I'm
said
really good.
people will put on there that they elected this person. That's what they put in when they name on the ballot.
No.
That's who they are electing. Now,
No.
whether that person is
They're
confirmed or not, please allow me to
They're
finish the sentence.
nominating.
Again, they're not nominating anything. Nominations come prior, sweetheart. Nominations happen in primaries. When you go and cast your ballot,
She gonna tell
I'm
you.
talking about the day you
She's a
cast
real
your
professor.
ballot.
Remember that, though,
Again, I'm talking about the day. Listen, stop making it what you
You're
think
not
I'm talking about,
electing them,
and
you're
hear what
voting
I'm
for them.
talking about, because you don't get
Voting
nominated,
for them. You're not
sweetheart.
electing them. You're voting for them. You're not electing.
That is how you elect someone. You vote. You have
yes,
to put
but
them down
you don't
as I
elect.
elect this person. That's what the whole thing is. Election day is because everybody on there is elected by you. I need you to understand that election
I'm never gonna understand that because that is. So
well, then that's why we have a
I
civic
don't
problem.
understand, though.
That's why there's an issue with civics right now.
That's
And
fair.
clearly, you're demonstrative.
Well, considering that you don't know that you have to elect people, yeah, that is a problem. Why do you think it's called an election
Their
day?
name on the
You don't get
ballot
confirmed
doesn't
that day.
elect them,
You don't get
ma'am.
ordained that day. You don't get installed that day. You don't
Not
get none of those things that day. It's months later. They have to reaffirm your election multiple times when they count
This
the
is
votes.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
The
Antichrist.
next topic.
Antichrist, good morning. How are you? Antichrist, are you there?
The Antichrist following that is.
I'm sorry, I was multitasking. Why did you request for me to come on this thing?
How are you doing?
No,
Well,
I
you said
don't
you
like
wanted me to. I know you said you want me to go away. What did I do?
I do.
I can go away if you want me to. What do you want me to do?
Okay, Jennifer Holiday. I just want to reiterate that you changed your name because I called you an elitist, misogynist, and then when I saw
Is that the female
that was your
TC?
name,
Damn.
you denied
TC
the fact-
made you change your name. Now she made you change your name.
But you denied the fact that you were a W.E.B. Du Bois, talented, 10th ass, misogynist, elite ass nigga.
Who's this people?
That's what you tried to do. And then
Heathenist.
and then you changed
That's
your name
heathenist.
to misogynist after I called you out for being a misogynist. So you're a liar. So I'm gonna go back down and listen to the others speak.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
this is fascinating. So within a week, we've got two people saying I changed my name for them. So One of them, at least one of them is wrong, and they're both saying at the same time. So at least one of them is wrong. So that's fascinating.
No, that's not true.
What happened if both of them are right?
That's actually not true. He's changed his name multiple times. I don't know what reference she's making, but I do know that when he changed his name and his persona, that it was essentially when he evaded any accountability.
He changed his persona too? Damn.
Yeah, completely changed it altogether. But so just so we're clear, right? Because I think this came up in Professor Sukla's submission.
Sukla Berry, yeah.
With regard to like why I changed, and I get this question all the time. You have to understand, I didn't change because my convictions changed or the way I feel my worldview has changed. None of that. What happened was I literally saw a piling on and humiliation of somebody that had sincere, heartfelt disagreements that were supported by the facts get humiliated ad nauseum. And I thought to myself, how can I join this? Like, how can I be a part of this? I can't be.
Okay, TC.
This is not. Wait, hold on. This is not
boring,
right.
bro.
TC, I want to know how you made Go change his persona and his name.
I'm never going to be associated with people that would humiliate somebody simply because they disagree with them. And when I realized that's what was happening, I said, no, fuck that.
Your leader does that all the time.
And so now I get the brunt of that same humiliation, and I'm not surprised because this is the gameplay. And I
You say we're treating you like Donald Trump? Is that what you're saying?
We're having a good day. Let's move on.
There's no victimization. This is literally what happened.
Are you crying right now?
All right, let's just move on. I mean, it's ironic. We'll move on. It's ironic because Donald Trump humiliates people for disagreeing with him all the time. It's like one of his major political weapons. He does it all the time. He makes fun of, he calls women dogs. He makes fun of how women, he does it all the time. So the way to protest someone humiliating someone is to vote for the humiliator in chief. I mean, he was just at the Veterans Day thing yesterday. It was insane, the stuff he was saying, but whatever. Patty, do you want to go back to the,
listen to what I said. I didn't say that politicians that humiliate other people is a reason to vote against them.
I said it was random people on Clubhouse.
There was a culture of humiliation.
Yes, that's
right?
MAGA does that.
And I'm not MAGA.
Okay, that's fair.
But
you voted all Republican.
I want anybody and everybody to just monitor the conversation.
Let's go back to the topic, bro.
And now we got to switch the topic, right? So
no, to the room. This is meta.
I want you to notice how they do this. They literally go in. You're having a fair, reasonable debate. When they lose an argument, they shift immediately to humiliation. They start talking about your shoes. They start talking about your color. They start talking about your.
But nobody. Okay, all right. So
no, I'm not saying they're doing that now.
But listen, let's get back to the politically correct. We're politically correct.
Can we get to the news? This is dumb.
You gotta change.
No, wait a minute. Stop. Wait a minute. Stop. Listen, two of you, return to your corners, please. The conversation was we were talking about the Epstein files, and then we started talking about voting. That was the conversation. I don't know where we're getting ready to go, but that wasn't the conversation. Okay, so let's just get back to a conversation that is not personal, but newsworthy. Okay, all right. What's next? What's next on the docket?
The fact that TC was right and that the Democrats capitulated, they folded, they accepted defeat, they conceded. Yes. Where's Dr. AG? She thinks she knows all the.
Don't speak my name, sir.
Yeah, you know she don't like
taking an L.
say her name. You know she don't want you to say her name.
I mean, he complained about humiliating people and torturing people, so he went and became prickly with Dr. AG.
No.
He does the same thing. Just move on. Stop calling her. She doesn't like you.
It's not humiliation.
Leave her alone.
It's friendly banter, and if she doesn't.
She's not your friend. She just said, "Don't use my name."
You tell me who she is.
You just said it.
Why are you chiming in? Nobody mentioned.
Because I want to.
Conversation. Exactly.
I want to.
TC, why are you choosing violence this morning?
I said nobody on my name.
You did, because you know, listen, listen, you know Dr. AG don't bang with you like that. You know that.
Okay, Dr. AG understands that who I am.
She doesn't understand that. She doesn't want to.
TC, I don't think TC understands who he
If
is.
she doesn't like the way I'm supporting
She has already said that to you numerous occasions. She's continuously said that. I've heard her. I've witnessed her. So you don't want to hold on to what she said before, and you want to try again today. But that's not. Why can't you just respect her boundaries? She don't want you talking to her. She said don't say her name several times.
First Lady, I don't get to tell you or anybody else on the stage what they're allowed to say.
Yeah. It's called respect, TC. No, I'm not bringing you up. I didn't put you in the goo, but I'm not bringing you up because at the end of the day, it's just a simple respect request. You trying to put what you feel you think is right. If somebody say, don't talk to me, I don't want to have a conversation with you, you just respect that. That's it. That's all. But instead, you're going to cross somebody's boundaries. And then I'm asking you, as the person that's here trying to keep the conversation going, and just pretty much say, screw you, I'm not going to listen to what you guys say. I'm going to have an argument with you about you telling me not to have a conversation with her. When she done told you she don't want you to speak to her. That's crazy. Ain't nobody got time for that. Now, that's childish. And ain't nobody got time for all that. I got work to do. So, what's the conversation? What we talking about?
I got work to do.
I got one little quick thing, which is funny. Did you see Laura Ingraham? And I'll go on mute. Laura Ingraham did an interview, and then she did a tour of the White House. And I guess she was in the Oval Office, and he put up these new decorations or whatever. And he was explaining how great it all is or whatever. And she looked at one of the things on the wall. It wasn't a sconce, but it was a kind of inlay, like a molded inlay. And she goes, now these aren't from Home Depot, are they? Did anybody see that?
Yes, I did.
Do you all know they're literally from Home Depot? I was like, no, they're from Home Depot. They're actually literally from Home Depot. People have found that these are home inlays. They are molded inlays. They're sold at Home Depot for $58.07. And then what they did was they painted them gold. They're literally from Home Depot.
And he said there's no such thing as gold paint.
It's crazy.
But what is not so funny out of that interview is that he said verbatim that we have to have people come from other countries because we need the talent. Laura Ingraham said, we have talent here in America. Trump said, no, you don't. No, you don't. He said that. The president said he has to import workers because American workers are not talented enough to do the work. Astounding.
MAGA is going crazy online. They are completely apoplectic because he said, she said the talent's not here. Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know how you reconcile that with an American First agenda of bringing manufacturing back, a building of the tech industry. I don't know how those things all go together.
Well, apparently he and Vivek agree on one thing.
Like, what was it? It was the H-1B and also H-1B and Energy H1B. He says, yeah. How's that America first? Yeah, that's a good question. We have plenty of talented people here, Ingram said. Trump said, no, you don't. Yikes.
Yeah, that's just crazy. There's no positive, there's no spin for that. No spin.
It's crazy.
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Hey, LA.
Can somebody bring up Lil Trump? I can't bring him back up because I brought him up all 3 times.
Why?
What up, Mac? Are you still
He's
going?
exhausted his trenches today.
Well, Lord Trump was having a good time last week.
I'm having
what
a
happened,
great time.
He was interrupting people. They were trying to work through.
I'm having a good time right now.
I think he wasn't on his drugs. That's what it was, remember?
He's okay now. Go ahead, Lil Trump. You've been wanting to come up.
Nah, you need to change your name, sir.
Again. So if I change my name again,
3 people made the
yes, it'll be because
You don't represent the movement, so I think you should just change your name.
Oh my God, it's a free app. Who cares?
It's Make America Great Again, right? What's going on?
But yo, bro, what happened? Why you getting so mad, bro?
I don't want to talk to you. I'm mad at you.
Whoa, you sound like that got you pretty mad, bro.
Yeah, I spoke up for you the other day. I said you were going to be well behaved going forward, and then the very next day you let me down.
It was actually good last week.
I just want to know, like,
2 days in a row.
you know, elections already passed like fucking months ago, almost a year ago. I just want to know why every time a Democrat opens their mouth, it's never something like what they're pushing, like a policy. It's always like just Trump. Like, even I'm tired of hearing that. Like, could you guys talk about other stuff that has nothing? I bet 1,000. Please, I just want to hear something that doesn't involve the letters TRUMP together.
So, all right. So we'll just very quickly. So they had a whole conversation the last several days on like healthcare reform. Donald Trump wasn't mentioned one time. They do that all the time.
You guys get here every single day.
Come on, bro. I'm answering the question.
You're here every single day.
That's how you get moved down.
Look,
Here's the
you
question.
see? Triggered.
So the way they...
And he's a grown man, by the way.
Stop it, little Trump. Shut up. When somebody's talking, just be quiet.
I'll mute up. It's fine.
Somebody moved them down.
He loves it here. I swear that. He loves it.
Every time he gets called out, he just changes the subject. And he's trying to call people like sensitive when he's the one that's trying to change someone else's name. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, is there a story we can play so we can get a conversation going? All this right here, this is because we don't have no...
So you know JFK's grandson is running for Congress. Let me see. I don't know exactly what he's talking about.
He's running for Congress. For what state?
New York.
There's also a good story, a couple of good ones I read. I don't know if y'all want to go through it. You can actually do it state by state. I don't know if you want to bring up Matt, but on the redistricting, it'll probably end up being a wash by the time we get to the election next year.
Where my son at?
He come.
Hey y'all, good morning.
Hey, happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday.
I was about to say Tuesday.
The Utah thing was yesterday, so because of the Utah thing, there was a bunch of articles. I don't know, Matt, if you want to go through the various things or whatever.
Oh yeah, they basically they're at a draw essentially because Utah gives Dems 1 seat. Ohio ended up only being pretty much like a 1 to 2 seat grab for Republicans. Really 1 because I think Captor's gonna stay in Congress. Indiana's not redistricting. Kansas is not redistricting. Nebraska is not redistricting. Virginia is in the process of redistricting and getting us 3 seats. Florida's already stated they're going to look into it in January. DeSantis has, which is pretty much 3 seats that he could relatively target. When you look at Illinois, they only said they would redistrict if Indiana does. Maryland's having some trouble with their speaker right now, I believe it is, who doesn't, or it's either their speaker or their Senate majority leader.
Senate.
Okay, yeah, Senate. Yeah, he doesn't want to, and they're pretty much trying to put the pressure on him to kind of counteract what happened in North Carolina. And then what people also don't know, funny enough, the Missouri redistricting that they did is actually an illegal map. So that's being challenged right now in court, and they're also gathering signatures to try to just throw the map out in general. So it's pretty much a draw, y'all. I mean, Texas did a dummy mander. So they stole 5 seats supposedly based off 2024 data where we saw Latinos swing to the right. But as we saw in New Jersey and a bunch of other places, specifically Latino majority counties, right, or Latino head counties, the Latinos swung back to the Democrats. So that map in Texas probably is a 2-seat steal versus a 5-seat steal. If not, maybe even a 1-seat steal. So yeah, that's where we're at with redistricting. I mean, it's pretty much a draw. Dems are probably going to get anywhere between 12 and 25 seats. And that's just off what we see now. And what they're saying shows a D+7, but I think we're going into more so D11 territory. But yeah.
Man, let me ask you a question, follow up. Why do people keep saying the California thing will be 5 seats? The map that they released was just an idea. That's not necessarily. Couldn't it be more than 5 seats or theoretically less?
So the reason why we won't see more than likely more is because there's a lot of pushback. They keep saying we're going to disenfranchise Latino and Black voters by taking away more seats from Republicans because we're only basically going to leave them 3 seats. I say, fuck it, take all of them. Why are we a D+30 state giving them any fucking seats? Fuck them. That's just my opinion. So the map, yeah, it's not final. We still have to see the final map that they present, but they're saying based off of the party nonsense, the state's party's nonsense, it's probably going to be the 5 seats that we've been hearing about. We'll know more, I think, probably within the next month.
Which state, Matt?
California.
Okay. Congratulations on your election, by the way.
Just to add, the Republicans that are here in California do have some money, though. They're inland, and it's that farmland and stuff, so they have enough money to make it difficult. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, they're already suing, and that's not going anywhere. They just
difficult. They just lost by 30 points.
What are they gonna do? I mean,
time.
Yeah, like literally, you had Orange County vote for the fucking Prop 50, and so did San Diego. Red areas. What are we talking about?
So you think it'll end up being a wash?
Oh, it's 100% a wash now. They really can't do anything. I mean, unless they somehow. I mean, I don't even know where else you could go. I mean, if the VRA is overturned, I mean, we won't even have a decision on that probably until next year, until like the spring. I'm sure Louisiana is preparing to try to make sure they can heavily gerrymander because they moved their deadline to I think June or July or something crazy for when their maps are due for 26. So theoretically in Louisiana, but like, I mean, how many we have 2 people in Louisiana? What is that going to do? Just take away 2 seats? Cool. None of the other states did that. So, theoretically, 2026 is, I mean, it's going to be a Democratic majority in the House. And then I don't know if y'all saw that the polling in Alaska, Tom Begich is up for governor, and everyone's like, it's clear Potola does not need to run for governor. She's up against Sullivan in, hypothetical matchup. So with likely voters, and they all have they have RCV there. It's very.
Do the Democrats have a plan to juice the native vote though?
I don't know what else would juice them aside from the fact that they just were left hung and dry with what just happened there with all the fucking flooding. So,
I asked that because Tester was relying on the native vote and it didn't come through. So
I think only because of the environment we were in personally last year. I think with where things are going now, you're going to see those folks show out. They love Mary Potola. So Especially if she's on the ballot, I think you also get more folks out and interested in voting, specifically in Alaska. People who maybe wouldn't have voted before, and people who are those mock-oath parties that typically just go for the Republican. But yeah, Begich is back on the ballot for the Democrats, and there will be a Begich on the ballot for a Republican for the Congress seat there, for the House at large. So yeah, it's gonna be Alaska. I don't know. I always find Alaska politics interesting. Yeah, prepare for a thin majority in the House and potentially a draw in the Senate.
Do you think there's any regret? I know the Republicans were hoping the Supreme Court would rule and knock down, I forget, is it Section 2 or Section 5?
Section 2.
So that Section 2, right, they got Section 5 in 2013. Just imagine being a black Republican and the people who work against the Voting Rights Act. It's just incredible to me. But anyway, I'll never understand it. But I guess on the plantation, I can't see the wisdom of getting rid of the Voting Rights Act. Anyway, it's supposed to be the corn pone on the plantation. But anyway, do you think that they'll alter? I know this. Do you think they'll alter? That's why they wanted the people to rule, the Supreme Court to rule, so they can get those maps. I think it's by January, but they're obviously going to stay on the main schedule. But do you think Republicans ultimately regret this, because this relies on Latino numbers staying similar to what they got in 24, right?
Correct, and that's why it's a dummy bender, in my opinion, all over the map, like with several maps, because they're thinking. I mean, look at Arizona 1. They just released polling today. The Democrats up by 8 points. I mean, it's a heavily Latino populated area. They think Latinos. I think they realize now they're not going to vote for them next year. Wouldn't you agree? Trump will, but the other Latinos who have sense are not going back to Republican.
But Matt, don't you take some caution in using Virginia and New Jersey as a test case against how Latinos will vote?
No, I don't, because they all were saying New Jersey's a red state now, or it's purple.
No, who said New Jersey's a red state? New Jersey has a Democratic governor, has 2 Democratic senators.
Yeah, but it's elected. So this is the third. This is
they voted for
Kamala.
Who said they're a red state?
Where we've had 3 New Jersey governors basically elected in a row. They were all Democrats. Like that, you don't get 3 terms normally.
Isn't that more argument that New Jersey is more of a blue state than a red state?
People were arguing that based off the election results last year, where Kamala won by 5.6. I don't remember the margins. I have to look. That New Jersey was headed to swing state territory.
I don't know anybody that was arguing. So that's crazy.
Yeah, it was not.
New Jersey is.
You can be the boy genius who didn't think that, but everyone else was saying that.
I wasn't a boy genius. I mean, you can just look at the polls.
And a lot of people.
Mikey Sherrill was up by 8 points in the polls.
She was down in a lot of different polls. Atlas had fucking a shit.
I mean, well, we're not crediting the same polls that had Kamala Harris winning in Iowa.
Talk over me then. So you can either finish your point.
Poll had Kamala Harris winning.
Well, that's the polls that Matt's talking about. Clearly,
no, I'm talking about the Ancestor doesn't poll. New Jersey?
I'm saying the polls that he's talking about that Chitterelli was going to be Mikey Sherrill.
No, that was Atlas Intel. They got 2024 right.
I know we're going to do the humiliation thing. I never called you dumb once. Just make it.
You got humiliated.
Yeah, here we go with the humiliation, guys. Remember, whenever you get them on a point, they have to go to humiliation. It's literally they're literally doing it again. Just take notes. Same exact play. Now I'm dumb because he lost the point. I'm dumb.
So one person
make that make sense. Wait. So wait, go. Let me
ask you a question. You said who said that?
I appreciate that. No. I'm just trying to understand. Go right. It's literally 2 liberals against TC. So I guess that's.
You're a big boy. You got better credit score than us. Who cares? I'm just answering your question.
Right. He's being so meta. Weirdo. Like
now TC's a weirdo. This is the humiliation that I was talking about.
Last year in New Jersey. Everyone knows that based off of last year's election results.
I'm not here
saying, oh my God, is New Jersey a swing state? How Kamala did in the state. Everyone knows that New Jersey, all of them Republican governors, they very rarely have you had 3 terms be a Democrat there. The point is that was was it?
New Jersey does not have red state. Why is that hard for you to follow,
bro?
We know it's not a red state.
No, he just said New Jersey was a red state.
He just said it. Hey, can you go on mute while I'm talking? Thanks. You have heavily Latino counties there that if you look at the margins for Shitterelli voted for him, that she now won, that voted for Trump, that she now won, that she outperformed Harrison. So it's showing you, guess what? There are inroads being made back in this particular community. There are people who are swinging back. All of the data shows.
You're talking about they didn't show up in the same numbers.
Why did Jerry Jones overperform Kamala Harris when he had the scandal? It's showing you people are pissed and are over it. So, yes, all over the map you have this. Pennsylvania, 3 liberal justices were re-elected to 10-year terms, right? Guess what? Guess what that means, bro? Pennsylvania went for Trump. Pennsylvania just brought 3 liberal justices back for 10-year terms. Even Wisconsin, they brought in a white woman who beat Elon Musk. He was trying to make sure she didn't get elected. We have to just use basic data because we can't use retarded arguments that are all based off vibes. Right? I like data. You like vibes. Based off of what we're seeing within data, the Latinos are swinging back to the Democrats. In New Jersey, at the time last year, they were not swinging towards Democrats. They were swinging closer to Republican. Yes, Latinos still went for Democrats, but only by a few points. That has not happened before. So yes, these are dummy manders that the Republicans drew. They're using data from 24 to draw these maps. What does that mean? That means these are probably not going to be favorable for them. They're probably going to be favorable for the Democrats. This is not hard to understand, but you like to straw man every argument, talk over people, interrupt, and then play victim. You're a faggot, and you pretend to be straight. Go ahead, man.
So come on, man, you got it. So Scott
I know you don't care, but
I got a question
from me, please.
Let's
try to keep the peace.
So Scott Pressler.
Wait, I thought I was waiting till he was done. Is this
Scott TC was your original question?
Okay, we move on.
Ask who? So Scott
he loses the point. He gets to call me gay, and then we get to move on. TC doesn't get to respond. That's fine.
Go ahead, TC, man. TC, are you gay?
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? What you're going to do every single time is you're going to obfuscate. That is not what I asked him. I did not ask him whether or not certain swing counties in New Jersey voted for Cheryl versus voting for Donald Trump the last election. He was comparing New Jersey, which is just about it. You guys are lucky I'm doing a business call. Oh my God.
We're lucky. Okay, Matt, I had a question for you.
That's your location.
Okay, Matt, I just had a quick question for you. Is it just the Democrats, the Latinos coming, or was Harris just a one-time anomaly?
I think you can chalk it up to the electoral environment being R+4, less than being there's an anomaly. Because when you have an R+4 environment, you're going to have a depressed turnout for Democrats. You're going to have a more favorable environment for Republicans. I mean, that's just what it is. You're going to have independents swinging towards Republicans. So I don't necessarily know that that's the right way to frame it. You had an environment that was more favorable to Republicans. And unfortunately, Latinos are a group of individuals who are more socially conservative than they are liberal, who swung towards someone who they thought was going to bring them more money, was going to save them. He did not. They did not. They voted for, a lot of them in these counties. When you look at the data, even for Shitterelli in 2021, or was it 2017, whichever the damn year was he ran. He won some of these counties. So now, so you can't just necessarily compare it to last year. You also have to compare it to when Shitterelli last ran. And I'm doing both of those things. And I'm explaining and showing, based off both of those things, that yes, Latinos swung towards, unfortunately, Shitterelli at one point, and more heavily even towards Trump. And we just saw, based off both of those elections, using that data, that for Mike and Cheryl, they swung heavily towards her. That isn't necessarily something you can just say is that was just a blip in that random election. No, because it's happened before.
So, a couple of things. I disagree with Matt. I actually do think that it was Harris, and I think she was uniquely unliked by Latino men for a host of reasons. So
So I actually do think a lot of it was the candidate. I think looking at the top line is not useful. I think what's most useful is looking at district level and assemblyman. Republicans actually lost seats in the assembly. They lost seats. People like Karl Rove, who said they want Karl Rove, people like Karl Rove, Scott Preston, and others. I don't know why people just keep talking about New Jersey and Virginia. By the way, they lost 15 seats in Virginia. Rural areas. There was a guy who was in the House of Delegates for 30 years and lost. They lost statewide elections in Georgia, which Democrats have not, until last week, Democrats have not won a statewide state office in Georgia in over 20 years. These are obvious shifts. They broke a supermajority in Mississippi. These are obvious shifts. Just saying, oh, well, a Democrat won Virginia, so also, not that it's a matter of margin. It's a matter of district level shifts. They went from 51 in the House of Delegates to 65. I don't know. And it's not just Latinos. Young men voted for Cheryl plus 10 and Spanberger plus 14, or vice versa. I always get the numbers mixed up. So far, what we see. So it's not like, oh, it was a blue state. They definitely won blue states. That doesn't tell you anything. Historical trends tell you that when Democrats win those three, they clean up in the midterms the next year. It happened last time in 2006, happened in 2018, and it's probably going to be worse in 2025. That's my submission.
This is a random aside with respect to Mississippi. And digging into Mississippi, I've discovered that Mississippi is probably bluer than New York. And what do I mean? Like, there's more blue districts and counties in freaking Mississippi than there are in freaking New York. The only reason that Mississippi has this freaking stronghold or the team has a stronghold on freaking Mississippi is the freaking hyper gerrymandering and the closing of freaking voting, like the closing of voting places to vote, right? Polling stations, right? Like Mississippi is, I think this is my prediction. I thought it was gonna be Texas first, but I think Mississippi is gonna be the one that's gonna probably flip first. Because it's like it's super blue, does not get the credit it does because they're being freaking rigged out of freaking elections. And I think that trend of they broke the supermajority. The Dems don't spend a lot of money down there either. They're doing this without any freaking help from the party, from the national party. State party's pretty weak because the national party doesn't put any money there. They're doing this pretty much by themselves. And I think that, as they continue to push and fight, and the Dems finally wake up and recognize that there's an opportunity in freaking Mississippi, and they put some resources down there, they're gonna flip that freaking state, and the red team will never get it back.
So
at least not in the short term.
So this is, people want Chuck Schumer gone. Your mom talks this all the time. This is one of the best criticisms of Chuck Schumer. Mississippi is there for the taking for two Democratic senators. The last time, the last governor's race, I looked it up the other day. The governor, Tate Reeves, oh my God, what a piece of work. He won by like 5 or 6 points. Let me get the number. And was frustrating. He won by 5.1 points in 2019. And we think Mississippi to Mr. Felice, 5.1 points. Before that, he was treasurer, won by 6 points. I don't know why Democrats don't invest money. It wouldn't even be that much money. If you look at the map, I think it's the western counties of Mississippi into, Louisiana. Is that what comes next? I apologize. Does it look like Louisiana? Yeah, it goes Georgia. Yeah, Louisiana. Those western counties, all blue, all up and down. Mr. Philly is exactly right. This is a real criticism of Chuck Schumer. Not he didn't do a good job on The View. They should seriously be investing in those things. I totally agree.
Did y'all see the news this morning about the freaking leaked Epstein emails to his attorney who's freaking getting the Cinderella treatment now about Trump, saying Trump is a dog that has not barked or something along those lines?
Yeah.
Y'all see that? I'm a person that leans, I truly believe in my legal training. You're innocent to proven guilty. But the thing leaks and the more and more I'm freaking looking at the evidence presented, I'm beginning to believe that the president was freaking he got his hands in the cookie jar, man. I'm believing that he was involved. He was freaking involved.
Well, how do you interpret this other line that says, "Of course he knew about the girls as he asked his lane to stop"?
Say it again.
How do you interpret that one? Of course he knew about the girls as he asked his lane to stop.
As he asked who to stop?
Maxwell.
The madam, the lady that set it up.
Did she say that?
No, there's someone who was talking about Trump in an email said, of course he knew about the girls as he asked Maxwell to stop.
How do I interpret that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to take that.
All right, well, there's two things I draw from it. So one, he was aware of criminal activity and didn't say anything about it. But two, it would suggest he didn't participate if he asked her to stop. He was basically trying to shut it down. That's what it looked like from this email.
Yeah, but the Epstein comment saying he's a dog that hasn't barked. What is that? How do you interpret that?
It means that he hasn't said anything about it. Right? Like, essentially, he knows about it, but he's not communicating anything about it because he could have, right? He could have ended up going to the authorities, but hasn't.
So
when you put the two statements together, that's how it comes across to me. Again, there's a crime here because you can't know about something like this and not report. Wait, hold on a second. Let me ask. Can you know something about this and not report it?
No. You can't.
Okay, I figured. Yeah, so there's criminal activity in the sense of him knowing about it, probably seeing it, and not, reporting it. But it seems like he did not participate from the way I'm reading these emails.
So explain to me why she's been moved, right? And why Epstein essentially was getting a freaking sweetheart deal.
Because one, Trump is the most paranoid person as it relates to his image at all ever, right? And two, even evidence that he knew about it would take him down. That is an issue in of itself. So there is legality and problems that go beyond him participating. He doesn't have to participate in it for it to be a big problem for him.
Yeah, I disagree that he cares about his image. Number one, and if you're this innocent, right?
You don't think he cares about getting his name dragged?
No, because he said something. He said something that is proven to be very true, right? He was being hyperbolic, but it's true, right? When he said I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and not lose a single vote, it's freaking true. The majority of his church, and I'm using that word church metaphorically, are not going to turn on pastor. They're just not going to.
But this is one thing they will.
And the fact, I doubt it. I don't believe that.
They've already turned on him over.
Some have, most have not. And the fact that he now yields the power of the presidency, right? He really doesn't care. This dude doesn't care. I think you're being hyper charitable to this dude. I'm not. And I was being charitable to him in the past, but as more and more evidence comes out, it's like his hands were not clean.
I don't think I'm being charitable. I think that it's reasonable to believe that he doesn't want it to come out in the public that he knew what was going on. Why is that an unreasonable assumption?
I'm not saying it's unreasonable. I'm just saying you're being charitable.
Okay, so yeah, because that is a significant thing because like the MAGA influencers I know would be intensely upset about this, right? And you're going to lose some. Now, some of them are going to justify it and move on or whatever, but you would lose a meaningful portion of them.
Well, I honestly cannot wait for this whole nightmare of a presidency to be over with. It is a nightmare. I don't care what anybody says. It's a freaking nightmare. This is an unbelievable mistake. As a millennial, I cannot believe what my adult experience has been. It's been unfreaking believable. Unbelievable.
It's a really good time to be a young child because you won't have any memory of, unless, I'm saying all things considered, because you won't have to, but in your prime years, it must not be fun. I gotta be honest with you, let's see, guys. So people asked in the chat, CEO, they said, CEO needs to explain, okay, why was Trump spending hours with a victim at Epstein's house, CEO?
I don't think I read that one. Hold on, what is it? Okay, victim spent hours at my house with okay, victim spent hours at my house with me has never once been mentioned. Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that looks bad, obviously, but the other email, though, seems strange because it says he's asking his lane to stop. So, I'm just trying to put the two things together. Like, I'm open to how anyone else wants to put those two statements together. Like, what narrative does it say those two things together?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know much about the Epstein stuff. I'm just reading what's in the chat. I can't answer anything. I haven't really followed that. I know more about the early stuff than this stuff. I don't know anything about that.
I also want to point out that so let's run with this charity that you're throwing the president, CEO. If he knew, right, and now he's the most powerful man in the country, right? You should be throwing the hammer down.
Agreed.
Right. That makes it look worse. You're the cop.
Agreed.
You're the cop looking the other way while they deal drugs. You're worse.
Correct. But and I think what people miss is that point, right? It is a low-hanging, easy to make point that requires no logical jump at all. So why not just take that and hammer at it?
Are you saying why doesn't the public take that and hammer at it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Democrats should take and hammer at because it is a easy to understand point and has 0% controversy, right? Like when you're dealing with pastor, like you said, and they have a church, right? The congregation is going to have a hard time believing anything that requires their imagination, right? So you should just deal with the things that are easy to see, easy to articulate, and are the lowest common denominator. And what you just articulated is that.
Yeah, but there might be more. That's the thing, right?
Great.
Like you shoot at the king. When you shoot at the king, you got to make sure you don't miss.
Well, yeah, but like if you start at the thing that you're not going to miss, shoot from 10 feet away instead of 100 feet away, right? Because at 10 feet away, if your aim's a little bit off, it don't really matter. At 100 feet, it matters a lot. So you have something that's right in front of you, easy target to shoot at, so hit the bullseye.
Yeah, but in my example, and again, I believe this. That's not going to be enough to turn sentiment against Trump. Well, he knew. What was he supposed to do? Right? I'm just trying to think like a MAGA person. What was he supposed to do? They sent her to jail. The people that truly did it were held accountable. I'm trying to think how they think, and that's been my experience with how they think. If he's not red-handed, they don't really care. They don't care. Oh, and by the way, this idiot of a administration has lost me to date close to $70,000 this year. Thank you so much, Amin.
Because because you didn't do the thing we talked about, right, Finley? You put that money in Ethereum and you significantly. I gave you an opportunity, Doc.
I'm talking about my wages, sir. He's wanting money in wages. Thanks to these freaking tariffs, Canada and Mexico. Thank you.
But we're gonna get it back when he sends out the $2,000. Remember?
Yeah, we ain't getting $2,000.
What you talking about, man? You gotta believe.
It's $2,000 ain't gonna move the needle in my household.
What? What you talking about, a phone? That'll buy you groceries for a week.
Yeah.
And so the wonderful thing I keep seeing in the chat is how people want to constantly say, oh, well, they wanted to do whatever, and they didn't. They didn't, because they would have drafted it. They'd have put it in the black and white and submitted the documents. I don't care how many times they sit there and postulate in front of people and lie. Your actions are written. That's what will hold on forever, which is why I stand 10 toes down about make your elections clear, right? You need to vote properly to your interest so that your election is clear. Care what other people do. Don't join the crowd because it's easier to go along and get along. Don't interrupt. It was nothing but dead air. Go on that mute because you was quiet in some bitch just 5 minutes ago. And I let good air go by. Good. It was dead ass silence. Dr. Kevorkian came in this room to the 2 minutes of silence that was already there. And then I allowed another minute of silence after Dr. Kevorkian came in the room. So I promise you, don't nobody else know in this moment that it was dead ass silent when I decided to speak. Dr. Kevorkian does, because no one was speaking when he came in the room, and no one was speaking until I came off my mute, even though you were off your mute the whole time. Do not interrupt me, or I promise I'll get you back better than you can get me. So what I'm hearing in this moment, we can play that game though. You know every stage you were on, I'm following you.
I apologize.
Cool, appreciate it. So here's the fun part. We got a wonderful situation in America where we have an opportunity to stop playing games with the gangbangers, right? A lot of y'all talk shit about Bloods and Crips and Vice Lords and GDs and all the gangbangers in the inner city. You do a lot of shit talking. But the problem is you don't do the same shit talking to the gangs you belong to. None of y'all talk shit about the blue, the Democrats. Don't none of y'all talk about the red, the Republicans. All y'all do is blame each other. But y'all don't never say we collectively are fucking over Americans. I don't hear that. Don't none of y'all ever really denounce your gangs. You stand tall in your gangs. You rep your colors. You stand in, oh, it's their fault. We got to get them back. You are just as bad as the Bloods and Crips, except you play internationally. The people who die in your wars are literal whole nations of people. So stop getting high and mighty, all you Dems, all you Republicans, and actually figure out who you individually will be in this thing called America and what side of history you will be on, because ultimately all of y'all gangbangers to me.
Look, I gotta be.
Billy does, to be clear. Billy absolutely does.
So 2 weeks ago, I might have mostly agreed with what you said, but all I've seen the last several days from Democrats on Clubhouse is how terrible the Democrats are. That's the only thing I've heard. I haven't heard anything from Democrats about how good Democrats are doing this week. All I've heard is about how terrible we're doing. So, Professor, that comment, if you've been on Clubhouse this week, is absolutely incorrect.
Wait, people weren't celebrating the elections of CEO? You've been making stuff up.
I said this week. They were celebrating last week. All right, but I'm talking about Monday since the shutdown.
Remember, we had the whole
there has
Charlemagne conversation yesterday.
Yeah, Brian, you've been at the head
of a week and 7 days.
Oh, but Brian, this week, Sunday, every week starts with Sunday.
You said week, but that's okay. You misspoke.
Okay, let me say it easier. Since Sunday evening.
I'm with you on that. Okay,
fine. This week, okay. There has been nothing but slamming of Democrats by Democrats. And it's been strange for me because, normally if the team wins, I'd like to celebrate it. But,
all year. They've been doing it all year. That's all they do.
Yeah, so Professor, have you been on Clubhouse since Sunday, Professor?
I've been on Clubhouse for 5 years.
Okay, and so are you not hearing this the last 72 hours? You haven't heard the Democrats complain about Democrats?
I've heard a lot, but when I come and talk my rhetoric, they go right back to where they were. So to me, a lot of postulating happens often. I don't adhere to it. It doesn't impress me. It can impress y'all. These folks ain't serious. They not. They really aren't. They playing. First of all, let's tree shake and eliminate who's really an American. And that starts with your allegiance to this nation, the oath in your heart. Many of these people want the worst for America, which means you want the worst for me. I love when somebody jumps up and say they're a pretendian. If you're not an Indian, you're an immigrant. No, it was somebody in the chat. So I want to make sure. Mud from Ado.
Mud, stop it.
Yeah, so for the record, if you're not the Indian, you're definitely a foreigner, and that's just your business. The African descendants, they have a home in Liberia. It literally was their reparation. I am tired of these African descendants getting in American politics. They really need to go. They have their home, they have their repair, they were given Liberia. If you did not want to go home to Liberia, then guess what? You didn't want reparation. Don't ask us for shit else, because that's what the treaty says. That's what the Constitution says, Article 14, Section 4. Don't even question us about it. If you want your reparations, go to Liberia. They have a check. You can self-deport. Go right on that self-deport app and say that you're an African descendant who wants to get your inheritance that your ancestors never received, and they will send you back to Liberia with your check. See, enough of this. Enough of this. Let's tell the truth. A lot of y'all doing too much talking about the Indian, but you want an Indian benefit. You want an Indian reparation. You want an Indian repair. You want an Indian's land. You want an Indian's money, an Indian's government. But you don't want to be the Indian. Go home to Liberia, baby. We don't need you.
So Liberia wasn't reparations. What's going on? What are you doing? Wait, you said I should check Article 14 of the Constitution?
Article 14, Section 4.
There is no Article 14.
Amendment, Article 14 for me is the amendments, because they're all part of the same length. 1 through 10 plus the rest of them 28. So if you go down the list of all the different things, you get that Bill of Rights right there. It starts with 1 amendment. That's the amendment to the articles.
Okay.
Yeah, they're the amended articles. So the actual amendment is to the articles. So the amendment, hold on, I got you. The amendment for the people who do not know, though, go. The amendment is hold on. The amendment itself is an amended article for the record. So for a lot of people, again, it's an amended article. It's an addition to the previous articles. Again, for people who do, because we see this differently. Go. You and I are not. You're not an Indian, so this conversation is being had differently. Again, me and you will never see this the same because I don't speak from the lands of a colonizer. I'm an Indian, so I'm speaking for the indigenous people. You can speak for the colonizer. That's fine. But I'm talking to those with Indian in their family, and clearly that's not you. We don't have no hate for you, but quit getting in our business. So for the American Indian, this is an amendment. Yeah, but you're not Indian, brother. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter to you. This ain't your business. Remember, y'all wanted us to stay out of y'all business. So stay out of ours.
Constitution, not my business.
It's not your business. Is you a descendant of a treaty signer? Are you a descendant of a constitutional signer?
Yes.
Which one is yours? Mine is John Hanson.
So the Treaty of Paris.
Mine is John Hanson.
I just told you, the Treaty of Paris.
That is not a U.S. treaty. Mine is John Hanson.
Paris is not a U.S. treaty?
No, not with the indigenous people here and the U.S.
You said a treaty.
I know, but listen, you didn't let me finish. This is what happens when you don't hear the whole thing and only half of it. You stay wrong. So again, if you are not a treaty signer or constitution
on the
signer.
white side.
Again, treaties as in U.S., not one. And then two, again,
On the white side.
again, can you stop? Because hold on, time out. I'm talking here. Listen again. Quit trying to interject and let the rest of the sentence run. You miss half of what's said because you interject. You were missing. Hold on. Stop talking. You miss half of what's said because you jump in at a comma.
Whispering.
Because I'm at work unlike you. I have a job. And I work for the city. Government job. Yeah, I'm sitting here in my government job.
About Minnesota government like that?
Yeah, I joined the Minnesota government. For anybody in this room who knew me a year ago, when I told everybody to get in the government.
You're gonna lose your job.
Again, no, I'm not. Not only am I right. Why are you not in government? Why are you? I'm not a lesbian, sweetheart. Don't play.
No, he's a lesbian.
Okay, well, get out of my business, because this ain't got nothing to do with you. Like I did. Oh no, something just happened to my phone. Okay, like I told the rest of y'all stay hollering about what we doing, but you not the Indian, and if you are not the descendant of the treaty signers and Constitution Declaration, that means the founding documents, because in our preamble it's very clear that the founding documents are for particular people, and it is themselves, the ones who all signed it, and their posterity, that means their grandchildren in time immemorial. So mine is John Hanson. That makes me posterity. He's a declaration of, yes, he's a declaration of independent signer. He is also on the back of a $2 bill. I keep a $2 bill in my purse because that's my granddaddy.
Oh, that's so sweet.
So some of
Where was John Hanson from?
Again, does it matter? Because I also am the descendant of Mashatobi of Mississippi, who signed the Dancing Rabbit Creek Treaty. And then in 14, and in section 14 in Dancing Rabbit Creek, it says, for those desirous to remain behind. And it describes how much land the descendants of Mashatobi were to inherit via patent deed and treaty. So, sir, you and I will never have the same conversation because we're not talking about the same people. And for anybody else who is from Mississippi, 1830, go open your Dancing Rabbit Creek Treaty that formed the Indian territory known as Mississippi. Because a lot of these foreigners keep talking to us about laws that do not apply to us. We have a different set of vision on those laws than the foreigner because we're not born to this land. We are the grantor of this, not the receiver of the grant. So we are giving them grace, not receiving their grace. This is our land, not their land. They can't give us a damn thing. They can't grant us anything, and they can't oblige us anything. We have to be the grace here. We have to be the giver. We have to allow. So for the American Indians, you know, the ones with Indian in your family, if you know Paw is a Cherokee, or Paw Blackfoot, or Paw Nansemond, or whatever they is, that's who I'm talking to. See it differently than Goat. Because Goat is admittedly upper. He does not have the same rights and privileges as your Indian self. That's why I get on there. They want you to see it from their end so you can be a foreigner on your land and they can take your place. Stop letting them.
Okay, so you said you descended from John Hanson, who signed the Declaration. Are you sure John Hanson signed the Declaration? That's what I thought. You just be saying stuff, girl.
Not you just be saying stuff, girl.
The reason why I know Hanson is because he's from Maryland. The reason why I know Hanson is because he's from Maryland. She is not descended from John Hanson, who did not sign the Declaration.
It's the Dancing Rabbit Creek Treaty.
You just be saying stuff. This girl, I gotta be honest with you. She is fantastic. I mean, she said there was in the 14th article. I didn't get it because I'm not indigenous. So I guess the indigenous people read the Constitution upside down.
We the only one.
Y'all read it upside down. I don't even understand what you're talking about sometimes. Damn, the professor said John Hanson. I thought she was going to say John Hancock. He very famously, signed it. Very famously, quite big. Put your John Hancock on it. John Hanson signed the articles of.
He did that because everybody else was scared to sign it first.
He said, "Come get me."
Exactly. I appreciate it.
But I don't appreciate him at all. But
just for that, I'm saying, being specific.
Oh, okay, yeah, being a little gully. John Hanson did not. Her descendant from Maryland. She's descended from John Hanson. Everybody should look up Professor Sukla Berry's forebear, John Hanson.
So he can't be my ancestor? I'm daring
He
you.
can. I just said look it up. I didn't say he couldn't.
Oh, okay.
We want. I mean, he's very famous.
He's
in
one of
Maryland.
my many ancestors tied
And
to
he's
all
very
these
famous.
documents. I literally
Come on, you
gave
just
you
cut me off,
two.
girl. What you doing?
I gave a European and an Indian. But my question is,
What's he doing? No, I was just saying he is very famous. So
he's very
he's from Maryland,
famous
so that's
indeed.
why. What? You supposed to be at work looking like
I am
Myra.
definitely at work sleeping.
UNITY. Did Martin come for his license today? Girl, go get go. You Almond Brown. You so almondy. Does Almond Brown come to the office? Almond Brown. You
Well,
so
tell us
almondy.
about your white connection.
You bring me joy. Almond Brown. Hey, come on, man. She just be saying stuff. John Hanson. Girl, you ain't related to John Hanson.
So what is the problem with John Hanson signing the Declaration? Please help me understand why that's an issue.
Oh my God.
Why is it an issue that John Hanson signed the Declaration of Independence?
Naga, we need to shut down Ancestry.com because these people are crazy.
Here's the thing. So you guys, there's nothing crazy about who had sex and had babies.
He didn't sign the Declaration, so.
Who signed it?
John Adams did.
Okay, so you don't think that a John Hanson signed the Declaration of Independence?
No, John Hancock did.
No, so you don't know that a John Hanson actually signed the Declaration of Independence? You didn't know that?
He did not.
Okay. I'm just, you really believe that?
Confederation.
He signed the Articles of Confederation, as I said. He's well known in Maryland. That's where I'm from. But he did not sign the. Go ahead and Google it. It's okay to be wrong, Professor.
Did you miss
Well, here you go. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why you guys didn't know this. I mean, we definitely can have the conversation. For the United States, many people do not realize that we're actually referring to presidents elected under the U.S. Constitution. Everybody knows the first president in the sense of George Washington, but in fact, the Articles of Confederation, the predecessors of the Constitution, also known for a president, albeit one with greatly diminished powers. 8 men were appointed to serve 1-year terms as president under the Articles of Confederation. 1781, just let me finish so you can understand how the Declaration comes into play. So again. When was the Declaration of Independence, beloved?
It was done essentially July 2nd.
When was the Declaration of Independence? I'm going to actually show you the signature on it. I just want you to know. When was it?
Let me tell you.
Hold on. When was it? Just give the dates. Just give the dates. Since you want to continuously interrupt. I'm just asking, since you won't allow anyone to finish because you want to continuously interrupt.
Almond Brown. You so
right. We can do this.
About July 2nd.
So you continue, but just because you continue to cut me off,
no, he's not cutting you off. You asked him a question. He answered the question.
I wasn't done speaking, so clearly cutting you.
Listen, Sukla, listen.
So are we gonna
Miss Professor, Miss Professor, please just chill 1 second. I don't understand. Maybe you don't understand that you've been talking like consecutively. You're not letting nobody get a chance in. Now you'll close your mic for a few seconds and then you right back on it. So you asked him a question. He said July 2nd.
I didn't ask him a question.
You asked me a question. Oh man.
Sometimes the questions be real rhetorical. They don't require an answer. I just be wondering, do y'all understand parts of speech? Sometimes the question does not require an answer.
You said, now you tell me what date it was signed in. That's what you said. I don't know that to
already interrupting at that point. It was just being facetious, sweetheart. It was sarcasm.
Oh, okay. You know, I'm a little
like at this point, because he's being disrespectful. Had he never interrupted, I would have finished what I was saying.
Okay,
I didn't pause for anything.
But at this time, Professor, please just give my ear just a break 1 second. Just give me a minute.
So again, as long as I'm not interrupted, we can go ahead and finish. So in my PTR, is the actual declaration signing. And so this actually, they don't. You know what? Fuck y'all. I just ain't gonna.
That still doesn't make it the best.
Like, do y'all ever let people finish speaking, or do you actually just keep talking?
John Henson
I'm just wondering at what point.
He was not part of the second
At what
Continental
point, At what point do you let other people speak without your constant interruption and your constant babble that is always off cue and off kilter? Never on point because you don't allow anyone to finish a thought to actually be able to say what they are saying. You take two words and think you're so smart you can think for other people, so you don't have telekinesis. You are not a mind reader.
That's called telepathy. That's called telepathy.
Able to control the mind of others, not read the mind of others. So let's look at the difference.
Telekinesis is moving objects.
So telekinesis is the ability to move objects and things
telekinesis is moving objects.
Yes, he doesn't have that. So hold on, let me finish.
You are dumb.
Again, I'm not done speaking. He cannot remind, and he does not have telekinesis. I gave two different things. Stop interrupting and thinking you know what I'm talking about. He cannot remind. He does not have telekinesis, which means you cannot move me with your ignorance from afar. I knew what I was saying when I said it. Am I not a person or being or object?
God,
I'm not a person being an object. That's what telekinesis is. The ability to move persons, people, or objects with thy mind. So again, you're not telekinetic. You cannot move me with your bullshit.
That wouldn't be telekinesis.
So again, I think you're trying to add what isn't there, and you do that absolutely often, Goat. Trying to confuse the public when you are wrong, but you don't know how to stand down and just be wrong. Shut the fuck up and be wrong.
Hey, are you Professor Charles?
Please stop interrupting me, man. You ain't even in this. I don't even know you. You got a blues plus sign. I'm not responding. I just see your little bubble moving. I don't really care. You're not in this. You're not MAGA. You're not me. You don't know. You're not even a main character. We don't know.
You're not a main character.
You're not even a main character. We don't know you. We don't know you, sir. Damn, Billy.
Excuse me.
You're not even important enough.
Yeah.
You're not Patty. You're not MJ. You're not Dr. You're not anybody important. I do not know you. Beloved, get out the way. Mind your business. Mind your business.
So did John Henson sign the declaration or not?
You are not even important or not.
You are not important.
The John Henson.
Go ahead, because I see Go think he can read minds and move people with bullshit.
Did John Henson sign the declaration or not? Did John Henson sign it or not?
Again, you didn't let me finish. Signers of the declarations, right? Because there's actually more than one. The Articles of Confederation are actually the first set. He believed in the Confederate Union of the Americas. So when you actually look into my ancestor, you will see that he actually wanted a different structure than everyone else. The reason why I bring in the amended articles, because I see I have to put all the words on the table and not acronyms or short and firm, because GOAT will have y'all confused. We're actually because of John Hanson and others from various states who refused to continue with something they drafted because they did not agree with every.
What happened?
Thank you.
Somebody blessed us.
So y'all mute me. Appreciate it.
No, nobody.
No, y'all got it. Y'all got it.
That's not what happened. Wait a minute. Stop. Everybody be quiet. Professor, it was like as if you disappeared. You was just right at the bottom of the screen. Nobody muted you.
No, somebody actually muted me because my phone wasn't even in my hand. So y'all got it.
What I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
I didn't touch my phone.
I'm not saying that you did. I'm telling you there was some kind of system glitch. Because literally you popped out and came back in.
Came right back in. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. We didn't mute you. The system, whatever happened.
It's a weird update today.
Because it said you've been muted, and it had the whole unmute thing on the top.
You didn't do it. You went out and came back in is what we're saying. It's a weird update today. It wasn't any of us.
That might have been God.
Yeah, we don't want to meet you. We want you to keep going.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Telegramming her.
No, we should put a poll up.
We learning.
You are the main character, girl. We're gonna give you your stage.
Oh, God, she said that he wanted the articles because And she said the articles were the first.
The articles
So
that I was
yeah.
saying, the amended articles are there because many of the original drafters refused to sign until certain amendments were added. John Hanson being one of the original drafters who did not sign until after the amendments were made. So
wasn't even in the second
again,
council.
please stop please stop.
Sorry.
Please stop.
I'm sorry.
Like if you don't, you could say all of that from behind the mute. If you learn to mute yourself, all of that would never interrupt anyone.
Not
You
my
could have
fault.
all your opinions behind the mute, and it would be so much more respectful.
But it's
You
not an
get more
opinion,
respect.
it's a
People
fact.
like me wouldn't crash out on your head because
It's
we
not an
feel
opinion, it's a
disrespected.
fact.
We would not continue to have these ridiculous amounts of back and forth that
All right,
irritate
sis,
the
stay
room.
focused, stay
If
focused. Go
would
ahead, just
let
learn.
people
We
finish
learning,
their
we learning.
fucking
Go ahead, keep
statements.
teaching. Go ahead, sis. So go ahead. What happened?
Are you
Y'all don't
also
know how to
related
let
to
people talk.
Pocahontas?
But go off, because I'm just done. Like I'm at
Bro,
work and I'm here.
John Hanson wasn't in the Continental Congress when the Declaration was adopted. He didn't come until a few years later.
Notice he said adopted, not drafted.
It would be drafted before adopted, though.
No, it's drafted. It's drafted before adopted. So he said that he wasn't there in the adoption. Very clear he was in the draft. So this is why I'm trying to figure out why this man lying.
But the draft would happen before
He was literally in the draft, the very first draft, which was the Articles of Confederation.
The first draft.
That was the very first draft before there was even a Constitution. There was Articles of
Hey,
Confederation.
where are you? What's going on? First
So you didn't know the Articles of Confederation came first?
Because when she was in middle school, they used to be like, you got Indiana in your family.
Oh my God! She said he suggested drafting comes after adoption.
I didn't say the drafting came after. That is not what I said. That is not what I or the other person said. Go, do not do that. That was a lie. I said he was in the drafting. The other brother said there wasn't possible for your statement and my statement to be true. I said exactly. That's why you know he don't know what he's talking about because the drafting came first. So how can he be in the drafting but not in the second part? You need to stop.
Talking about
Quit.
One
You
person
always
wrote,
trying to
stop.
confuse what's
Stop. The Declaration. Stop. Just stop.
So Articles of Confederation came after the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration came first. Article of Confederations came second. The drafting of these things came before. Again, stop interrupting.
No, you gotta stop interrupting him. We said we listened to you for 7 minutes.
Was literally in the middle of speaking, and I got
Dr. Professor Super.
Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time.
I'm gonna try this again.
She said he signed the Declaration
and I try to speak, and he interrupts me.
No, but he was in the middle of speaking. He was talking now. You done had your chance. Let him have his chance. Okay, babe? Like, we listened to you for like 8 minutes.
You haven't listened to anything because go ahead.
I heard everything. I was begging you up. What is you saying?
You would never know because Go won't let me finish a sentence.
I heard you. What I'm saying
What
is,
did I say? What did you hear? What did I finish for completion?
I understand everything that you said.
What did I get to say in completion?
I gotta let Dr. Professor Super go.
Dr. Barry, listen, you said, I heard everything that you said, okay? Your thing is, Hanson wasn't there in the beginning because
No, that's not what I said at all.
Wait, listen to what I'm saying. He didn't sign it in the beginning.
That's not what I said at all either.
You said that.
That is not what I meant to say. This
You
is
just
why.
said that, and you said that he was waiting for
This is
the
why you should
amendments.
allow me to
No,
finish my
you
point.
gotta-
That
you gotta
is not
stop.
what I
You
said.
gotta stop,
That's what
Professor.
Goat said.
Professor.
Goat interrupted me and said that.
Professor.
I didn't say that. That's
There are no
Goat's
amendments
words,
to
not
the
mine.
Declaration, ma'am.
That's what you said.
That is not what I said. That's what Goat said. I said
I
he
didn't
was a
say that,
signer.
ma'am. I know
He
this
was
is
in the
very
actual
well, but
drafting. I brung in the
All right, I'm
I-
placing you on mute. I can't.
Back to the muting me again.
Go ahead, Sydney.
I just said that
Go
before I did it. Let me hear from somebody else.
Pointing out
Come on,
again how you all
Super.
interrupting. Don't never
Just,
let
okay,
nobody
just
finish.
chill back. Let other people talk for a minute.
Whatever,
Sydney,
just don't
you wanna come up
don't
and
let Go
defend her
speak
claim?
back on what I said because he don't know what I
Original
said.
claim.
And y'all didn't let me finish.
Professor,
Go on mute. Let somebody else speak. I've been trying to get in there for a while. Go on and mute up, Go. Let somebody else talk.
So I heard her. She said a lot of things. She definitely started off saying the Constitution, but she did correct herself. And
Now, this is what I heard. If you guys heard something different, okay, like, tell me about it when I'm done speaking. This is what I heard. I heard her amend what she said to say that he was not involved in the Constitution. Fact-checking that, he was dead when the Constitutional Convention happened. He died 4 years before that, but he was a key member of the group that drafted the Articles of Confederation.
I know that.
Which was 4 years before the Constitution.
So you weren't here in the beginning. She said that he signed the Declaration.
That's what I started off.
The Declaration is not the Constitution. Go on mute.
Hold on, Sydney. Hold on.
Go on mute. Go on mute.
No, you could go on mute. You didn't
stop muting me. Go on mute and let
I
that man
literally
finish.
said, I started off by saying.
You started off with the Constitution.
I'm sorry. The Constitutional Convention.
Sydney, bro.
I apologize. The Constitutional Convention.
Sydney.
Okay, she said the Declaration of Independence.
Sydney.
Yeah, that's completely wrong.
Sydney.
That was in like 1700.
Sydney. Who wrote the Declaration of Independence, Sydney?
Who wrote it? It was a group of people. John Hancock, others, like, I'm not John Hancock, but Alexander Hamilton.
What is going on here? What? Might be so.
You were doing so well.
It was a group of people. One of the main ones was Hamilton, was it not?
Oh, God.
Was Hamilton a drafter? I mean, I don't know. Like, you can laugh at me for not knowing basic history, but yeah, like, obviously I can't tell you who wrote the Constitution. But like, what does it matter?
I said the Declaration.
Obviously, like we needed to know.
Are you listening?
Oh my God.
I'm just saying, you asked me a question, I got something wrong. Where are you going with
Let me back up. Sydney, what's the difference between the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution?
Okay, the Declaration of Independence is the document drafted that was separated us, that declared our separation from Britain. The Constitution.
Okay, one second. Who was the main author of that one?
I don't know. Like, was it Hamilton? Like, I don't know.
We'll come back to that. She made the claim that John Hanson signed it. John Hanson didn't join the Continental Congress until 1779. Let me ask you, Sydney, would John Hanson have signed it?
No.
Okay, so why are you up here defending Dr. Professor Succoleri, who has the Clubhouse Chair in Native American Studies?
So obviously I confused, if she said that, if she said she was talking about the Declaration of Independence.
It's okay to just say I shouldn't and go on mute, bro. Just say you're wrong and mute up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying right now.
Mute up.
I haven't said it yet.
Just say I'm wrong.
You're saying it for me.
Just say I'm wrong.
Bro, I misheard.
You didn't even say that wrong.
She said Declaration of Independence, and I misspoke and repeated Constitution.
So you were wrong?
I was wrong.
All right, mute up.
You got a little fetish or something.
Mute up.
Good morning to the stage and the moderators.
Something's wrong with these people.
Good morning to the stage and the moderators.
Good morning.
Buenos dias.
May I make a request? Hello?
Proceed. Sure.
Yeah, so since this is the politically correct room, the house where people with nimble minds and intellectual curiosity gather.
Oh my God.
What happened?
Someone moved me down. So my request is, can we normalize answering questions?
Oh my God. Not too much on her. I mean, yucks. Not too much. Land.
Interesting.
Sydney, you really don't know.
Could somebody bring up yucks?
Sydney, you really don't know independence.
No.
Do you know have you ever heard of Thomas Jefferson or Benjamin?
Yeah, somebody said Thomas Jefferson.
Have you heard of Roger Sherman?
No, Roger Sherman.
Yeah, Robert. Was Livingston. Have you heard of his?
Robert Livingston?
Have you heard? Okay.
You said Robert Sherman, and then you said something like.
I'm actually gonna go ahead and. John. I can't do this.
Yeah, you should learn how to ask a question properly and then get back.
You should probably learn how to answer questions. You couldn't answer anything.
Okay. You're not doing that. Remember his name?
We're not doing that,
Get
sir.
back to me.
Okay. Magamiso caused this confusion.
Well, she said that he signed the declaration, and then instead of just saying, okay, I was wrong, we could have moved on. We're now 20 minutes later, and now she's PTRing copies of letters from George Washington to John Hanson in 1781, which has nothing to do with the Declaration of 15 years, the 5 years prior.
Declaration.
He wasn't even in the Continental Congress at the time of the adoption of the Declaration. Now, I have no idea what amendments have to do with anything.
I don't even know why you engage with these people.
Well, people like to engage with me.
But you know what? Just because they throw the ball, you don't have to catch it.
Oh, I know. I got good hand-eye coordination. I catch balls.
Oh, Lord.
Especially Dr. Professor Princess Pocahontas Sukla. She's really, she got a lot of questions. I guess she has telekinesis and telepathy too.
I'm the Washington Redskin chair and pretending.
That's crazy.
May I finish making my request?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and so don't move me down again, because I'm about to drag you if you do that. Okay. So I was just going to say, can we just normalize answering questions directly? That's all. It'll save us time, and we'll get better content. Seriously, that's my only request. The mouth should not tolerate deflections, evasion, suppressions, repressions, and all other sins that don't work. That's all. That's all I'm asking for. Okay. See what easy. See how easy that was?
I agree.
I actually think we should start asking for folks' brain scans before they're allowed on stage. Like back channel the brain scan. We just need to see if there's anything going on,
Magamiso.
Republicans just dropped 20,000 more documents on the Epstein file.
Say what? Say that again?
Republicans dropped 20,000, suddenly dropped 20,000 pages of Epstein documents on the heels of Trump bombshell email.
I think that was the Democrats, not the Republicans.
So they're going to flood the zones. The Democrats did the email this morning, and the Republicans just dropped 20,000 docs.
Yeah,
they're calling it the full truth.
Yeah, they're gonna try to overload. Because they're people's brain storage.
But they think we care if Clinton...
It's in the cloud, not a cloud.
They think we care if Clinton is, mentioned in there, as if we're going to protect him.
This is an interesting take I just read. It says, here's how this shakes out. House will pass Epstein files motion. Senate will pass after Hawley, Paul, Kennedy, Collins, Murkowski, and Taylor spoke for it. Trump makes the biggest political mistake of his life, vetoes it. Then veto override process begins, files leak, GOP cuts. Funny.
I like mine better. Table the vote in exchange for the subsidies. And we'll sign that.
And then we release, And we tabled them for as long as
Take the House. Yep. And release it anyway in 27. Hello?
Exact. Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Let's get it going.
Well, I wonder if they thought about that.
No, they didn't. It's just that,
Oh, yeah.
8 people randomly caved, and it happens to be, it don't matter.
And they don't know how to play chess.
I saw a YouTube video yesterday of some head of some progressive group. Everybody's the head of a progressive group.
And he was explaining how he was plotting to punish the people who voted for the end of the shutdown. It was a very short video.
That doesn't even make sense from a progressive sound.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wonder which one of my ancestors signed the Declaration.
All of them.
Oh my God. Lord, my soul.
I know that Hillary Clinton is saying, but his emails today. Bad joke. Yeah, the emails. Shout out to Hillary. Was it Rodin? Is it Rodin Clinton? Yeah. Shout out to her. HRC. Period. Oh yeah, she's in your PTR. Shout out to that girl. Okay. I hope she's feeling good today, like you said the other day. I hope she's in the woods with her girlfriend, eating coochie, eating hot cocoa, doing her thing.
What is going on?
Macca said it, not me.
I did not say that.
Hey, is that 500,000 in the bill that allows the Republican senators to sue the government? It's still in there? Okay.
No, not sue the. Well, wait, is it the government or sue the person? Yeah. Yeah, that is in there. Yeah, thanks, government. Yeah, 500,000. Yeah, I think per request, up to 500,000 per request.
Per senator. Tommy Tuberville being one of them. I think Marsha Blackburn. The worst of the worst.
Well, by the time if he were able to use it, he won't be able to use it. He'll be out of office because he's going to be the next governor of Alabama.
Who do you think, Doug Jones or Toby Tuberville?
Tuberville.
I hate that motherfucker.
So Doug Jones said he might run?
Yeah, he said stay tuned. They just asked him on stage. He talked about it. He deflected and said, you know what, just stay tuned. And everyone was like cheering and he smiled and
That will be 28 or 26?
26. He'd be running for governor.
In a wave year, you never know.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, this war isn't necessarily bad. It was barely in Congress though, so it's like, I mean, if Andy Bashir can do it in Kentucky, I don't know why he couldn't do it in Alabama. And if John Elbers can do it in Louisiana, I don't know why he couldn't in Louisiana. So, I'm sorry, in Alabama. So.
Magga, have you looked at these emails?
No, I've just seen the ones that they released this morning. Yeah, I did see those. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy.
Oh, and they said that the reason why John Bel Edwards didn't go for Senate is because he's planning on to come back as governor because, you have to take the year off after you do 2 terms. He's supposedly going to challenge the current sitting Republican garbage governor. Either the midterm, 28. That's why he's going to challenge him, so.
27.
Oh yeah, they have the off year, just like Kentucky, because Kentucky's 27 also.
Greetings.
$23,000 pages. That's what it is that the Republicans released.
What did they release?
23,000 pages of documents related to the Epstein files after the Democrats released the thing that they released earlier today.
Do they not understand? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you guys, just anyone bring me up to speed. So, what did they find? What did they release so far? I haven't seen anything on it.
Oh, you missed it?
Yeah, I've been in the trenches, man.
It's pretty bad.
He spent hours with an underage victim of Epstein's alone, and the emails say, he's the dog that's yet to bark, and basically it shows that the entire interview that Gasoline, I like how Lisa calls her that, Gasoline gave to, I forget who it was in the FBI, was a complete lie, and she pretty much just did that to protect Trump. But someone can give a more detailed explanation if they want. But we already knew who he's in the files, and it just shows he's a fucking pedophile.
So Teflon Don is all up in that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Epstein in a 2018 email exchange with Lawrence Summers said Trump was borderline insane and that Alan Dershowitz is a few feet further from the border, but not by much.
As we knew, which makes sense why he went super crazy. I'm not gonna say Republican, but just weird. And everyone was like, "What's wrong with him?" Well, something's always been wrong with him. It looks like.
Was Dershowitz on the original Epstein prosecution in 2008?
He was in the Florida prosecution.
And the Florida state too.
Hey, where did they release this on? Just Google or what?
They haven't released it. Go to the .gov.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Don't you love Democrats? I love being a plantation baby Democrat. I love being on the plantation. I have a nice place on the plantation. I help pick the cotton. I do all the things. I'm excited about my role on the plantation. I love when we own the cons, because that's when I'm gonna start calling them the cons, because they call us the libs. Yeah, they're the cons because they do cons and they con, right? Don the con. Shout out to cons, right? How does it feel today? How does it feel to be owned? Yeah, more's coming. He will be impeached next year, even though.
Oh, 100%. Oh yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
You think he'll be impeached?
100%.
Yeah, Council has the impeachment. Actually impeached, removed, or just articles process? Just articles.
Wait, I was about to say that.
Definitely not removed.
Yeah, he might be impeached, but is he going to be removed?
He won't be convicted in the Senate. They're too pussy. They have a midterm. But I think after the midterms, the House Democrats are 100% going to impeach him. Wait, sorry. We have Dr. Professor Princess Pocahontas Super back on the stage. You want to continue the dialogue?
Yeah, but you think this is going to stick, real quick though, you guys think this is going to stick to him? Because I just feel like these MAGAs, no matter what, they're fucking denial or they don't give a fuck.
Oh, Mike Johnson already said it's a hoax from the Democrats. So they're in their corners. But we have 218 now, honey. Discharge petition. Shout out to Adelita Grijalva and her late father.
Oh Lord, now he went from being a black slave.
Oh yes, I gotta get back to my Latin bag.
Get it.
Okay.
Oh, this motherfucker. He went from plantation to taco truck.
Yes, the tacos are good. I love me some motherfucking. I love all the things. Pasole, Menudo. Shout out to Mexico.
Menudo, isn't that like there's a soup, right?
Yeah.
NSFW.
With the pig intestines?
Is that what
It's cow.
The Texas.
Yeah,
Well,
You know Rico. You know what I eat?
Yeah, you're Haitian. So you eat cats and dogs.
Cats is cats.
He said only cats.
I'm not biased. I only eat cats.
You're Haitian. You eat cats and dogs with yum yum sauce.
I only eat cats. Only cats.
Yum yum sauce.
Then they're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
I put pickles on my cat when I say.
The yum yum sauce.
Yum yum sauce is great though.
Not delicious.
Yum yum.
Alexa, stop.
Mega, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So what do you think are the implications of this Republican document dump for the discharge petition?
No implications at all.
None?
Because who is it? Matt, who are the Republicans that are supporting it besides Thomas Massey?
Bobart, MTG, and there's one other.
Yeah. Yeah.
No implications, meaning you think it'll go forward?
Oh, for sure. I think it could pass the Senate too. I think the political pressure on the Senate will be so high that it could pass the Senate.
Oh yeah.
Will he sign it is the question.
And I think them giving the stuff makes it harder to argue against.
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
For someone like me who's not even invested in it, I'm not even invested in Epstein like y'all. I don't know much about it, but at this point, I've heard so much about it. I just want everything out so we can kind of move on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about it. Yeah. I'm anxiously curious about it.
Oh, Nancy Mace is the other running for governor of South Carolina. She's the other one on the. So it's her, Massey, Bobart, the retard, and MTV. Those are the four Republicans that are now, signing this with all the Democrats.
Is she allowed to run for governor and Congress? If she doesn't get the. Oh, so she's done.
She's done, yeah. So that's why she doesn't care, and she's leading in some polling. But then you have the lieutenant governor that edges ahead of her a little bit. So who knows if she wins that? Trump hasn't endorsed in that race yet, so I don't think she gets endorsed personally, and I think she feels like she doesn't need the endorsement. But who knows? He already dragged MTG and said, "quote She has lost her way. I don't know."
I saw that one. Yeah, I saw that one.
Mm-hmm. And then Bobart, I'm not trying to be mean, but Colorado, I don't know. Well, I know that you know this, Matt, but for anyone who is or isn't paying attention to the Colorado governor's race, Michael Bennett has been a little bit mum on if he's going to redistrict, but I forgot what candidate it is, but he's basically come out and said he is 100% open. He thinks Democrats should draw out all of the Republican seats in Colorado, which they technically could do. So they have to, I think, get rid of I think they have a commission. They could just do a fucking ballot initiative. They could do another Prop 50 and it'll be gone. So he says he supports doing that, and that's what he will. And so it's very likely that Lauren Boebert is not a member of the United States Congress after 2028. Well, she'd be gone. Because isn't she in Colorado 3?
Yeah. She was going to switch.
I think you're in the Matrix.
See, I'll quiet again. Let's see if I get erupted 40,000 more times.
Oh, God.
Exactly. Can't say hello without one of you niggas getting in your feelings. See how that
Right,
works?
my feelings.
See how that's
my bad.
Hey, and all your feelings. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Pocahontas, how you doing?
I know I'm a brother, truth hurts. So let me explain how I got to Tomkins. I could really appreciate nobody interrupting. I just want to know y'all were dead silent when nothing being said, and I did not interrupt us, so I waited till it was asked. I am definitely racist to foreigners. I definitely don't have that much acceptance. Haitian, go to sleep, sir. No, nobody cares, Haitian. So here's the fun part. I started this whole conversation that we were on explaining how the 14.4 says don't even question what we paid out for the dissemination of slavery and that war. And it's very clear that you can't even question anything, and they ain't paying shit else. And I again said that the folks who are of African descent chose to be here poor, because if you were not
Your
Haiti,
black ass is
right,
African, nigga.
you would be in Haiti. And I'm not in Haiti, and stop talking to me, because that threw me off. I seen your name and said the wrong name. Shush it, shush it, shush it, shush it. So if you are the descendant of an African slave, the American Colonization Society, Carolina Colonization Society, Virginia Colonization Society, Georgia Colonization Society, Mississippi Colonization Society, all put money together, as well as president who funded this initiative to provide you redress by way of Liberia. We also provided military protection until the country of Liberia decided that they wanted independence. See how I can, y'all be so triggered, so triggered. Y'all be so triggered with the truth. Why, if I am lying, go get the documents and prove me wrong, but in the middle, just let me finish, because I promise you somebody ain't never heard about Liberia. Somebody ain't never heard about, and they did not know that Africans were given redress. And whether you like it or not, Africans were given redress. They were, given Sierra Leone and Liberia as redress. If you the slave of a European, if you were the slave of a European, you got Sierra Leone, and if you were the slave of an American, you got Liberia. Yes, those were actual redresses. Now holla at your mama and ask her why she stayed. Got nothing, because that was why I brought up a treaty and a constitution.
Mama was alive then. That might be why. She definitely wasn't alive then.
I mean, she brought us the Afro redress, and I am here for it, okay?
Oh shit, I didn't know that was hurricane. You about to feel the storm, Navajo. Y'all really convinced that we live around this a bunch of mentally ill fucking people?
Oh, is she back on her reservation? Where'd she go? I guess she's back on the reservation.
She's back on the peace pipe, bro.
Right. Ain't nothing, like I said before, ain't nothing Blackfoot about her but her feet.
Or like, what was that rapper who said, no, I'm not gonna. Who you have a meeting with the tribal chiefs? She has a fucking meeting, okay. Yeah, so as much as I gotta read more on it, but as much as I do wish that something would happen to homeboy with the files, I don't think this base is gonna turn on him. They're gonna fucking make excuses, in my opinion.
Oh, they already have.
Yep, so, you know what I mean? Just like there's nothing this motherfucker could do that they was, speak up against, so.
It's a cult.
Is Maury hiding today? What's up with Mike P?
mine too, because I'm confused why they put it on Google Docs and Dropbox.
I'm not sure. I keep looking at the New York Times feed because they're reviewing all of them right now.
Yeah, so I'm looking at, I guess because it's 20 files, they put them on Drive. But I don't know if I want to click on the fucking Google Drive from Gov website.
Patient, how are you this morning?
How you doing?
I just wanted everyone on stage to know that today's room, politically correct, and the 420 later, is brought to you by the letter P. P is for pedophile, and P is for president.
Damn, PP. Sorry, motherfuckers. Let's take some bets, April. Who's gonna make excuses for him?
All them.
Here you go.
All them.
Yeah, Caroline Levitt already has.
April.
She's,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, the Caroline Levitt statement. The Democrats have selectively leaked emails to the liberal media to create a fake narrative to smear President Trump.
The liberal media doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly.
But did she say the emails were made up, Sprite?
And she said that, referred to Virginia Guffrey, who said in a civil case, she quoted, "I don't think Donald Trump participated in anything." So she brought up Virginia Guffrey, or however you pronounce it. So the distraction and deflection is in full effect.
Good morning, Matt. What were you going to say?
I was just saying, did you see the new polling? Tom Begich is up in the governor's race. He would win. Yeah. And Poltola, of course, is up against Sullivan. So it looks like we got,
Sullivan, ain't he in that $500,000 crowd of senators about the insurrection, suing them for, I don't know, I didn't read the whole article, I'm sure MAGA did, but I know Sullivan's in there with Tubby Bill.
And now Democrats are targeting Alaska heavily. They're doing ads there, Ohio, Iowa, and Texas. Like there's a few different PACs now that are paying for these attack ads. Pretty much on the economy, how Trump said he said affordability is a myth. What did he say? He said some crazy shit. Or it's a Democrat hoax. That's what he said.
Yeah, the hoax. It's always the hoax. I would like to hear Caroline Levitt, if you could read her thing again, Spirit, because did she say in any of that the emails were false? Because that's what I was looking for her to say.
No.
I see.
I mean, she said, hold on, let me just read the quote again. She said, selectively leaked emails to the liberal media to create a fake narrative to smear President Trump.
Selectively released emails that are
right. Nothing more. Right, and she added, claimed that Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club decades ago for being a creep to his female employees, including Virginia Guffrey, and also said that this is nothing more than bad faith efforts to distract from President Trump's historic accomplishments, and any American with common sense sees right through this hoax and clear distraction from the government opening back up again.
Hello, everyone. I have some economic news. Let me see. University of Michigan dropped a new index of consumer sentiment on November 7. It is hit, it's lowest for Trump's second term, but the interesting thing, it is basically the same, 0.3, 0.4 points higher than all-time low of June 2022. June 2022, just a refresher, is when the inflation surged to 9.1% year over year. GDP declined 1.5%. All of that, right? Like the worst post-war, the worst during the Biden administration, right? So the index of sentiment is even, and it's lower than 2008 financial crisis. And that is mirrored in the polling data, both from Economist YouGov, that Trump's job approval on handling the economy. I was finishing up. That job approval, specifically on handling the economy, is the same as with Biden, lower by 2 points than Biden.
Neoliberal, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Were you really disturbed by the music that just came up, or did it provide a sense of comfort?
I don't have the headphones, so I couldn't hear. So I was slightly disturbed.
Oh, I see.
Beginning of Michael Jackson goes How Do You Get It?
Hey, what's up?
Wait, did you just play the national anthem for him?
I don't know what happened. Hello? Who's out?
Yeah, I'm about to fall asleep though.
how long this room open? Anyone?
You said how long is it open or how long is it gonna be open?
Yeah, I asked how long this room open?
Never closes, 24/7.
Yeah. Oh, okay, sweet.
What's good, Devon? How you doing, bro?
Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody.
Come on, bro.
Quiet in here.
Yeah, they meditating.
All right, y'all. To catch y'all up on the emails, I think when we acted the video earlier, it was a smaller room. I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. And this was the breaking news this morning. Trump obviously knew what was going on with Epstein, and they have over 23,000 emails that have been released. Some of the emails include correspondence between Wolf and his Epstein, and I guess it was on information because I guess Wolf was writing. Yeah, let me go ahead and play this shit. I'm trying to get my hair done, y'all.
Which Wolf?
Huh?
Wolf Blitzer? Which Wolf do you mean?
Oh, forgot his first name. Give me a second.
It's just released this morning. Never before seen emails that they say are from the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Those emails from 2011 to 2019 appear to reference his relationship with President Trump before he took office. The emails were obtained by the House Oversight Committee from Epstein's estate. Much of the context surrounding the emails is unclear, but in one email from 2019, Epstein wrote to journalist Michael Wolff that Trump, quote, knew about the girls. In another exchange, Epstein wrote that the president, quote, spent hours at his house with a person who House Democrats say is one of Epstein's alleged victims. Epstein died by suicide in prison in 2019. Well, President Trump has said that he and Epstein were once friendly. He has denied being involved with or having any knowledge of Epstein's sex trafficking crimes. The president has not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing in connection with Epstein. The White House did not immediately respond this morning to NBC News' request for comment. NBC News chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with more on this. So Ryan, we're looking at 3 email exchanges here, one in 2011 between Epstein and his longtime confidant Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted of facilitating his crimes. The 2 others, 2015 and 2019, are with that author, Michael Wolff. Walk us through how these emails were obtained and what all they say.
Well, remember, Joe, that the House Oversight Committee is doing its own investigation into the Epstein controversy that is separate from anything the Department of Justice is doing. And in this investigation, they've independently gone and subpoenaed the records of the Epstein estate, which the Epstein estate has been very cooperative with. They've handed over hundreds of thousands of documents in different tranches related to Epstein's affairs, his bank records, and also his personal email. And these 3 emails were part of that tranche of emails that were released by the estate to the committee. Now, what House Democrats have done is they've picked these 3 emails out that specifically reference President Trump, and they specifically reference President Trump with a victim. The House Democrats describe her as a victim in this case, and that President Trump had some sort of association with this victim. Now, House Republicans on the committee have now come out and revealed that the victim in this case is Virginia Giuffre, who is someone who has been an outspoken victim in the Jeffrey Epstein case, has talked extensively about her experience with Epstein and the controversy related to it. And as Republicans have pointed out, she has been specifically asked about President Trump on a number of occasions and has never specifically implicated him in any sort of wrongdoing. But what these emails reveal is that Epstein, there seemed to be a degree of worry about what Trump may or may not reveal about the situation that he was presiding over during this period of time. He describes Trump in one of these emails as the dog that hasn't barked, suggesting perhaps that maybe Trump could reveal something specifically. And in one of the other emails, Epstein talks about how Trump was around the girls, as he describes them, but has never come up in any of his conversations with law enforcement, specifically the Sheriff's Department. Now, as you rightly point out, Joe, there's a lot of context around these three emails that is not provided by their independent release of any of the other information. I'm just being told in the last few minutes that the Republicans have now released a big volume of information from this discovery collection of the Epstein estate. So perhaps we'll learn more information as a result of that. But it is significant because time and time again, President Trump has denied any sort of specific connection with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, any sort of connection with the women that were involved in this controversy. And he has repeatedly called the investigation into Epstein a hoax and said that it should just go away. So it also, of course, comes against the backdrop of the House reconvening today, Adelina Grijalva being sworn in after she was elected at the end of September. And she, of course, will become the last signature on that discharge petition that will force a vote on the House floor to compel the Department of Justice to release all the information that they have related to the Epstein controversy. Joe.
And Ryan, you mentioned Virginia Giuffre. We should note she did die by suicide earlier this year. You talk about what next steps could be for Democrats, whether it's the House Oversight Committee or this discharge petition. Talk about what comes next and what Democrats are calling for.
So the Democrats want the Trump administration, and specifically the president himself, to reveal everything that he knows about the Epstein saga. They say in a statement that these latest emails and correspondence raise glaring questions about what else the White House is hiding and the nature of the relationship between Epstein and the president. The Department of Justice must fully release the Epstein files to the public immediately. And what has often been the problem throughout the course of this saga, this controversy, if you will, Joe, is that the part of the reason that all of this information hasn't been released is because it's not fully vetted. It may implicate people who did nothing wrong. And so that's why the Department of Justice has been reluctant to do so. But the people that are calling for it believe all the information needs to be out to the public so that people can get a full understanding of everything that went on during the Jeffrey Epstein controversy. Joe.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. Still waiting for reaction from the White House. We expect more reaction to this story throughout the day here on NBC News Now.
All right. Any comments?
There you go. That was Michael Wolff, was the interviewer, by the way.
Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, that's a mess. No. In emails. Imagine what else they got.
No, it still doesn't explain, there's no good explanation for moving Ghislaine to the minimum security.
I mean, we can assume. Right, that makes sense.
Well, we sure can, but I said I haven't heard a defense or reasoning for that. And then wasn't it leaked that some guard said that he was like essentially waiting on her?
Yeah, that's what they said. It was the guard that told, right? I guess they're supposed to treat her special. She did bring a box, right? Didn't they say they released her to go get some kind of, she had walked in with a box of whatever.
Like a box of stuff.
Yeah. They haven't said what was in the box, but it might be.
And like food, like seasoning and like hot sauces.
No, I think it was information she had, just quote unquote support them. Or the gun shop.
Are they waiting for that lady to get sworn in for this to happen, or this just coincide with that?
I think it was
I think it just goes.
right, but you think they were just waiting for this moment to like release it, change the time?
Because I feel like they could have released this information at any point, but I don't, that's.
No, it's because the Democrats had released what Patty had just mentioned, and then the Republicans released about 20,000 pages just now.
Republicans released that?
No, what we heard the Democrats.
That's the twist.
No. What we heard is what the Democrats released. The Republicans, in response to that, released about 20,000 pages to presumably float the zone, confuse everybody, distract, all that stuff. 20,000 pages may end up being nothing, most probably. But they did that to kind of confuse everybody.
Right, so the Republicans only released, I think they only released the email that, the email reference Trump. And then the Republicans released 20,000 pages of documents from the estate. I got another article that talks about the Republicans releasing what they released. Let me see. Not much more can be said, but
Julie, our DC teams are still trying to comb through those 20,000 documents the House Republicans released right after the ones released by Democrats. Do we know their reasoning for this document, though?
That's a really good question, and I think if you look at their pointed statements after House Democrats released some of these documents, 3 of these emails, remember they spent days combing over these documents with Jeffrey Epstein estate lawyers in New York over the summer. They've had pages, thousands of them, of those documents independent of the DOJ files, and the committee had always said, including Republicans on that panel that lead the committee, that they will plan to release all of those documents in full once they've gone through them, once they make sure that victim names are protected. Like I mentioned, though, Republicans are saying the Democrats cherry-picked these documents. We asked Robert Garcia, who's the top Democrat on the panel, about just that. Take a listen to what he said.
I think it's interesting that House Republicans and the White House want to say, well, this is being cherry-picked. You know how they can answer every single question is by releasing every single document that they have in their possession right now that is under subpoena. It's time for justice for the survivors.
Now, like I mentioned, James Comer, who is the Republican chair of that committee, did say he will release all of these files. He did not make the same commitment with the DOJ files that they are subpoenaing from the administration, but we'll see what happens.
It seems tis the season.
Neoliberal, I saw your name in a text today and thought of you. I was reading something about South Africa. So just wanted to shout you out, bro. You guys know what it is. Patty just played some audio. Documents are flying. Trump's name is flying around. I think we're all trying to digest what is going on. I mean, it's the inevitable. You can run, but you can't hide. What Mama used to say? Whatever's done in the dark will come to the light. A moment of pleasure, give me a lifetime of pain. All those sayings. Yeah, give me a... It tells you who they are, believe them.
So in other news, Trump has asked the Israeli president to pardon Netanyahu. Child.
They have pardons over there? Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Let me see if this is it.
Who do you ask to pardon? Yeah. The only thing that's left is for him to pardon himself, and that's coming. We're there.
Do you hear that the White House doesn't want any sign language at their press conference? Like, what's happening in this country?
Wait, any what language? You broke up for me.
Sign language. The Department of Justice is appealing a federal judge's order requiring the White House to immediately begin providing American Sign Language, ASL, interpretation at its press briefings when President Trump or Press Secretary Leavitt are speaking. They're trying to appeal that.
So they're trying to shut off sign language.
This is crazy.
So Venezuela's also announced a massive mobilization of their military. This was released 2 hours ago on CNN. I don't know what that looks like. Let me go ahead and see what they're saying. I ain't reading that shit right now. I'm trying to kick cares.
Get your nails done, your hair done, your nails done, get the news done.
Yeah, it's my women's wellness thing. So every Wednesday I get my hair done, my nails done, my brows done.
after America's largest warship arrived in U.S. Southern Command area of operations. That area includes most of Latin America. We've got CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen in Washington for us. Zach, good to see you. What more do we know about Venezuela's mobilization of not only its troops, but equipment as well as ammunition? And then also, how significant is it that the USS Gerald R. Ford is now in Southern Command's region?
Yeah, Venezuelan officials making clear that this mobilization was ordered directly by President Nicolas Maduro, and it comes as a response to the U.S. military buildup in the region, which of course has been used to conduct these strikes against alleged drug boats, but increasing tensions with Venezuela in the process. Venezuelan officials calling the U.S. buildup a, quote, imperialist threat, and saying that they plan to conduct land, air, and naval exercises to really, as a show of force, to essentially ward off a potential U.S. invasion of sorts. Now, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford is the U.S.'s largest aircraft carrier. It is the most advanced aircraft carrier in the U.S. fleet. At the same time, it brings significant air assets as well. It has 9 air squadrons, anti-surface capabilities, and it will join what is already a very large U.S. military presence in the region, including guided missile destroyers that are all ballistic capable, raising questions about what this firepower is needed. The Trump administration insists that the Gerald Ford and the rest of the military assets there are intended to conduct the counter-narcotics mission, the targeting of alleged drug boats. But at the same time, I'm told U.S. officials were unable to tell Congress why they need so much firepower to target small boats. So this uncertainty is still increasing and contributing to the ongoing tensions with Venezuela.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, a lot of people looking on and wondering whether this means some kind of confrontation down the line. But we know that the undercurrent of a lot of what we've been seeing is that Caracas does believe that Washington is seeking regime change, something we've even heard from President Trump in sort of nuanced terms. But what are your sources telling you?
Yeah, we reported back in September, and since then, that there are some within the Trump administration who are pushing a strategy to effectively conduct strikes inside Venezuela with the idea of pushing Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, out of power. That is still something some U.S. officials hope can be accomplished as part of this military buildup. At the same time, we also know that the Trump administration told Congress just a few days ago that it doesn't currently have the legal justification to target anything inside Venezuela or any other territory, even though they are potentially seeking an additional legal justification that would allow them to do so. So really some uncertainty, some ambiguity there. As you mentioned, Donald Trump's been non-committal on this since the beginning, both speaking in very verbose terms, in terms of threatening Nicolas Maduro, at the same time not going all the way to commit to U.S. forces conducting some sort of a regime change strategy operation targeting him. So we're going to have to wait and see what ultimately happens. But again, there's really a lot of questions as to what all this U.S. firepower, a significant piece of the U.S. Navy, what it is doing there and why it's needed, which is, again, is stoking the questions about a potential regime change in Venezuela.
Yeah, all right, Zach, great to have you on the story. Thank you so much.
Joining me now to discuss all this is retired U.S. Air Force Colonel and CNN military analyst Cedric Leighton. Welcome to the show for the first time. Thanks so much for being with us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks so much, Alex. Appreciate it.
So what's really going on here with Venezuela?
Yeah, so this is a very complex issue, actually. But what's basically happening is that the U.S. is moving its forces in, just as you described, with the USS Gerald R. Ford, the biggest aircraft carrier in the world, basically entering that particular part of the world. And since it's there, it was moved from Europe. It now gives the U.S. extra air power that it can potentially use against targets in Venezuela. Now, the Trump administration
even happen?
Yeah, that would be one of the most difficult things to actually do. And I can see from Maduro's point of view that that's exactly what he sees. If you're sitting in Caracas and you're looking out across the Caribbean and you see all these naval vessels coming toward you and the aircraft flying along your coastline, then you certainly think that there's something more going on than just going after some boats that are on the coastline. So what Maduro is doing is he's beefing up his forces. He's calling up the reserves. He's calling up his military, his National Guard, and they are, in essence, putting themselves in a position where they think they can defend the country. Now, what would happen if, let's say, we did try to effect regime change? I think the first thing that the U.S. would try to do is make contact with the opposition leaders, including the lady Machado, who received the Nobel Peace Prize recently, and that would then be the impetus to move things forward using Venezuelan forces to, in essence, fight each other. Now, that's one possible scenario. Nobody has said that's going to happen yet, but it's certainly a possibility. So if I were Maduro, I'd be looking at this and I'd be concerned, to say the least. The Russians have moved some equipment into Venezuela. They have Cuban help already in the form of intelligence support and weapons support. So there is definitely an effort going on within Venezuela and with Venezuela's allies to build up the Venezuelan forces, perhaps to thwart a possible U.S. invasion.
So, sort of yes or no, should the U.S. be concerned about a war with Venezuela?
Yes, because it's a much more complex thing than just throwing out the government. The government has been in power there through two leaders, Chavez and Maduro, for decades now. They have institutions, they have a whole cadre of folks that are loyal to them, and they would potentially mount a guerrilla war against any U.S. forces or other allies that come into Venezuela. So what you could see is us getting mired into a war that would make Vietnam potentially look like, not quite a picnic, but certainly it would be a very difficult aspect to deal with. So it would be, I think, an area that would complicate relations with Latin America. It also would complicate relations with countries like Colombia, which President Trump has gone after, even though they've been allies in the drug war. So it's a real mess, and it's something that we should definitely not get involved in this way.
Well, President Trump has said that he's the guy who ends wars, doesn't get involved in wars, and I'm sure he's not looking to get involved in something that makes Vietnam look like a picnic. Cedric Layton, thank you so much for joining us with your perspective. Really appreciate it.
I think I may need to close because I gotta get my eyebrows done. I can't run the room get my eyebrows done. My eyes are closed. So I'll open back in maybe 30 minutes. Love y'all. Bye.
look, I'm not a very political guy, but the problem in India is like, so you have these parties like the Congress, then you have the left. They're called the left in Kerala. You have like these parties like RJD in Bihar. You have parties like Aam Aadmi Party, AAP.
Keep moving.
So like there's TMC in West Bengal, and so basically like essentially they have very poor